have some single entries in these classes, but they will be judged, so I think we have all the contestants here. Okay, so the first class our judge will be judging is the Berkshire Gilt class, Class 8. It's early January gilt, and it's a gilt born between January 1st and January 15th of 2024. Okay, we need, because we have single entries in a lot of the gilt classes, we need the Burke Barrows to be making their way to the holding pens. Burke Barrows, make your way to the holding pens, please.
Mic check, can everyone hear me out there? All right, first off, I got to say what an honor it is to be asked to come out here to the Great Frederick Fair, and I might say this a time or two today, but I live up in northeastern Ohio, and just a small little county up there, but I have heard about the quality of kids and the quality of pigs at the Frederick County Fair in Maryland, so it's not just you guys around here in central Maryland, that think you have a good show. I've heard about it up there. I've heard about the quality up there, so I just want to let everyone know about that, so I was really excited when I got that phone call and got to come down here and work with the kids today. And as we're working through the junior show, the open show today, it's all about the exhibitors, mostly the kids in my eyes, and I want everyone in the stands to cheer the entire time the kids are out here doing their thing. If you're out here, get first in your class, and that your grandson or your son had never done that good before, I want you guys to cheer. I want you to yell. Don't worry about me yapping my mouth up here. I'm just going to be talking away. So I just want you guys to come up here and start yelling, chanting, screaming their name. That's fine with me. You won't interrupt me. You won't bother me one bit. It's all about the exhibitors out here today. I'm going to get into this a little bit right here pretty quick, picking out your champion. We decided just to bring all three of them out here at once, and I think the one in my eyes that has to be the champion right here is the young lady in the middle. I just like this one. As this one's on the profile, this one's just stylish and balances up extremely well. That neckties in really high at the point of the shoulder blade. That one balances up so smooth about the forearm, and I think handles the amount of proper shape that has. That one has and exhibits very well. That one just can get out here and float across the show ring, and that one's just screaming brood sow in my eyes. Second place, I'm going to use the one right here in front of me. That's going to be a reserve champion Berkshire there. This is one, you're looking from the sidelines, you're like, oh, that one's got some hard muscle, that one's got some shape to it. That one does. That one's super big and fresh up top, but I'd like to balance that one up a little bit better, and I'd like to see that one go away a little bit better for me. It might be a little swollen in that one right rear hock there. I just want to see that one move a little better off those rear two for me. Third place is going to be the young lady with the youngest one out here. It's not third because it's youngest. I think this one's just third place because it gets beat by some other ones that are extremely good. This one I need to open this one up skeletally. I need to open this one up at the ground. I need to add some more width and muscle into this one, but this one does have some bone. It has some shape. If you're on sidelines and... Is my microphone working? Still working, okay. If you've been paying attention to the show pig thing lately, people start talking a lot about hair. This one has some hair, but I'm not going to judge pigs based on that today in a breeding show, but, that does breed on a little bit, so let this one sit over and breed, have that later one next year, a later litter, maybe sit over. You might get some cool barrow prospects out of that one, because that one does have some bone and some look, and we just need to open that one up at the ground a little bit more for me, but nice class to start the day.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay? We were trying to make the mix of being able to hear out here and be able to not blast everybody away back there, but I'm wondering, did we turn it down too low? Trying to talk loud. Hands in there. Are we good? We good? Okay. All right. Well, welcome to our show, and we're going to go through the program here because we had some single entries. He just went ahead and did his judging, but we want to make sure they're recognized. So I'm going to go down the youth program first. Youth program for the Berkshire Gilts. Class 8, your winner was Isla Ahalt. Class 9, your winner was Carolee Grossnickel. Class 11, your winner was Jordan Inskeep. For Class 16, your champion was Carolee Grossnickel, and your reserve was Isla Ahalt. Okay, now we're going to switch over to the Open Show program. The Open Show program for the Berkshire Gilts, Class 9, placing first was Carolee Grossnickel. Class 11, placing first was Jordan Inskeep. For this program, the open part of the program, the champion was Carolee Grossnickel, and the reserve was Jordan Inskeep. We all good? Everybody got the programs marked? Everybody understand? We're trying to make it simple for everybody if we can. Thank you. Now we're going to move into our Berkshire Barrows. And we only have one class, that's class 19, and we have 3 contestants entered. Okay, while we're getting ready to judge the Berkshire Barrows, I was instructed to ask that all the Durocs please make your way to the holding pens. All the Durocs, please make your way to the holding pens.
Pretty nice Berkshire Barrow that comes to the top for me. Young lady right here, you're going to go ahead and be your champion here. I think from a range, reach, and comfort level off those rear two and handle all that shape and spread up high extremely well, I think this one has to win this class hands down. If I'm going to get picky about this one, I'd like to see a little bit more rib shape. Actually, he's cracked that one open right there behind his shoulder blade a little bit, but maybe a little bit more show day feel. I love the way this one levels about its top line. I just might want to level out that bottom line a little bit more in order to make it a super competitive Berkshire Barrow. Second place going to be the young man on the over here to my far left over here on this side. This is one I think that just follows our class winner in terms of having that extra shape and dimension and being cracked open down low. This one has some base width, has some muscle, has some shape, but I think this one needs to move a little bit better off of those rear two. You look at this one on the profile, seems to move all right, but you get behind this one and it's kind of turned to those rear two as it goes away from it. Young man down here with the one running towards the corner again, don't worry, I will not hold that against any kid. When your pig goes to the corner today, I will find your pig, I will analyze it, and I will give it a fair shot. I want every single person ringside to realize that today. Just because your pig goes to the corner, you're not out of it for me. I'm going to find the best pigs, those are going to win. But that out here, I just think we need to open yours up a little more. We need to make that one a little bit fresher down its top, give it a little bit more pure muscle shape, open that one up at the ground, maybe take a little bit of flush and butter off of that one for where it's at frame size wise today. But that's a pretty nice class of Berkshire Barrow. I was really excited about that top end.
let's give a warm congratulations to those individuals. In that class, and because we only had a single class of barrows, we had champion, and receiving first place was Isla Ahalt. Second and reserve champion of that particular breed barrow is Marcus Kuhn. Third is Miles Kuhn. Now we're going to move into our classes of our Duroc breed. Just for those following along in our open program, we had 2 added entries. So we have Emery Click is in there, and then an added entry of Presley Shekels, and then Austin Nussbaum. So just in case you're wondering why the program only had 1 and we have 3 in the ring, they are supposed to be there.
I can tell that Frederick County, Maryland here, they love their Durocs. This is great to see this kind of numbers, you know. Out my way, we mostly only have market shows at our county fairs, and this is tremendous to get the kids out here showing breeding stock at the county fair level. And I heard you guys had great numbers, and I think everyone here, all the people putting on the show, the numbers must be here because it's a great, well-ran show and close to everything, and they just must do a great job awarding the kids. So I commend everyone for getting a great-sized breeding show out out here today. You know, as we're out here for all three of these drugs out here, there are quality in all three of them that I like. That's what's making it a little bit harder for me to decide on which one I'm going to go ahead just to be your class winner. You know, I think as I'm going through the day-to-day, sorting through breeding stock, I'm going to go through one and find ones that are balanced extremely well. They have to be balanced for me. They have to profile well. When I go out and look at my sow barn at home, I love looking at ones that are pretty to look at from the side. I'm not going to lie. I love that. I have to like the ones in my barn, and I hope everyone does here. But hey, you know, the ones that go out here and they play second, third, there's quality in these. If you want to take these home and breed them, that's for sure. You know, they're going to bring some pieces. Just get them matched up right, and you know, you can make competitive hogs, whether you're trying to make breeding stock, market hogs, trying to make barrows to compete at the Team Purebred events and all the NSR events around. You know, I think there's going to be quality out here today. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady closest to me. You're going to be the class winner. I just talked about how I love ones that have some look to them, and this one does that extremely well. I love the way this one profiles. It is so balanced about that top line, so balanced underneath, and I think this one moves away square and true. If you're going to get picky about this one, you're going to say, that one's not open enough, Adam. What the heck are you thinking out there placing that one first? And, you know, I will admit, when this one goes away from me, it wants to narrow up a little bit at the ground, but that one is good looking, that one is square, that one is true. That's a good looking one right there. Young man, you're going to be second in this class out here. This one has that muscle, that width, that dimension, that hip shape that we like to see. I think this one could get, this one made it right. This one could go out and make some competitive barrows for you as well. This one's still on the profile. This one, it does look extremely well, but I just need to change the way it uses those rear too. But there's so much good about this one that I do like. Young man, that's a pretty good one to be second. Young lady going to be third. I like this one. I like the way this one ties in. The young lady in the green that's third. I like the way this one ties in at its shoulder blade there, that head and neck. It's so tall fronted and has some extension. She should be very proud of this one. This one balances up pretty well. I just like to see this one changed a little bit there. That ham loin hook up there doesn't quite balance as well for me on the profile, but that's a pretty nice one to be third. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Give everybody a nice round of applause there. So we're going to read off the placings for the youth show first. Placing first is Austin Nussbaum, who is our only entry in the youth portion of the show for there. And then going over to the open program, first was Presley Shekels, second was Austin Nussbaum, third was Emery Click.
just a single entry in this Duroc Gilt class, but I think this is one that I'm going to be awfully excited to get back into our champion Duroc Gilt drive. This one does balance up extremely well. I like how neat and cleanly this one looks right behind its shoulder blade. It's tied in very correctly right there. I like the smoothness this one has about its forearm, and clean about its head and neck. But this one's just a very well-built Duroc Gilt out here. I might like to change the way this one utilizes those rear two a little bit. It kind of wants to slope that hip and maybe reach up a little bit too far underneath. Doesn't make it balance up as well in the profile, but that's a good-looking one there that gives off an awfully good silhouette. So young lady should be extremely happy with that one. But excited to get that one back out when we finally choose our champion Duroc Gilt.
Okay, for this age division, for the Duroc breed, we only had an open class entry, so there's no class in your youth program. So we'd like to congratulate Riley Messenger. Next we'll have class 10, and we do have entries for both the open and the youth program in this class. That's your early February gilts born between February 1st and February 15th.
Again, yet another nice class of Duroc gilts. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady on the far side down here in the orange to win this particular class for me. When I talked in the last two classes about how I like ones that balance up extremely well in the profile, this one does just that. This one's kind of hard to poke a hole in, if you ask me. I love the shoulder height and the extension that this one has, and this isn't a tall, long, geek-necked one, but this isn't a moderate hog by any means as well. This one just balances up extremely well. It's very well built from the side. Ideally, from a judge's standpoint, I'd like to see a little bit more, maybe some electrolytes in this one, get this one to grab another gear and go out here in the show ring today, but this one handles everything extremely well, moves square. Those back legs and those front legs, they're just moving very well when she does get out here and take some steps. Just need her to pick up another grab another gear and go. But nice class winner for me. Young man on the far side, you're going to go ahead and be second in this particular class. The front 2/3 of this one, I think, are really, really good. I like this one a lot. I just like to change this one in that ham line hook up a little bit, and this one kind of wants to, you're not quite sure what it's going to do with those rear legs when it's going out there. Might want to reach a little bit more, maybe splay them in a little bit as it's moving. I just need to fix that on those rear two and, clean that up with that ham line direction. But the front 2/3 of that one are extremely, extremely good. You should be proud of that one. That's a nice one to take home and breed. Young lady in the green here, you're going to go ahead and be third. You just got beat by two that I think have a lot of unique pieces to offer, But you're still one that bounces extremely well from the profile, gets up there and can move, probably the most mobile, and they're still very sound and square. I just need to open this one up a little bit at the ground, make this one look a little bit more like a show pig in order to be a little bit more competitive with the two that beat you today. But that was another nice class of Durocs.
Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause. So placing, it's in the youth program for class 10, early February gilts. We have J.C. Ensky placing first, Braden Uzorowski placing second, and Kylie Little placing third. So reading down your program, it'd be 1, 3, 2. And then we have over in your open program, class 10, we have J.C. Ensky placing first and Kylie Little placing second. So reading down that program, it would be 1, 2 for your placings. Next up, we have class 11. We have just a single entry. And then we will be going, because of the youth program, we have some additional entries. We'll be going into the next class for that program alone.
The young man in the middle of the ring, I'm going to use you to win this particular class if that's all right with you. Sound good? All right, good. Sorry, I might make some jokes. They go right over the head. That's all right all day today. It's fine. But no, a young man out here, I like this skill. I mean, she's sound, she's free moving, she can get out there and motor. When you get out there and you actually get her head up on a drive, she looks very well. She bounces up extremely well down her top line, and she has some width, some center dimension. If I'm going to change her a little bit, I might like to change the way she utilizes those rear two, and I might like to stouten her up in her feature a little bit, give her one more bone as she's coming and going. She's a little bit more refined in those areas, but that's a nice balance one in order to win this class. Congratulations, young man.
Okay, class 11, late February gilts. The winner of that class in both the open and the youth program was Rhett Exline. Congratulations. Now in the youth program, we are in class 14. And just some housekeeping notes here. After this class 14, we will not move to class 15. We're going to make that pair of gilts. That's going to be after we choose the champion gilt. So we're going to move that class to be after the choice of champion gilt, the selection of champion gilt.
Getting here into these younger age Duroc gilts, it's kind of fun to analyze them at this age. When we're going to get out and compare them to ones, a month and a half, maybe 2 months older, and when we come out for the champion. But this one's a little bit rawer and still extremely well built. I think another month and a half on this one could be super competitive because this one does get out here and, get some great drives on this one. This one's sound, this one's square, this one's well built, very, very well balanced on the side. And I think this young lady's probably a tremendous showman. This one's probably just not her number one, hog in the barn at home, and kind of giving her a fight out here. But this one gets out here, moves across the ring, sound, square, flexible, well built. A nice one to win this class, definitely. It'll be interesting to get this one out compared to the older, bigger ones.
Okay, placing first in class 14 of Duroc gilts is Isla Hall. Next, we will be choosing our champion Duroc gilt and reserve champion Duroc gilt in both the youth and the open shell. Okay, we have entering the ring now our class winner from the open class 8, Presley Shekels, Duroc. Next we have entering the ring Riley Messenger, our class 9 winner. Entering the ring now is our class 10 winner, JC Inskeep. And then class 11 winner, Rhett Exline. These are the candidates for champion in the open portion of the show.
Out here selecting your Duroc champion, and this gets awfully exciting for me. I hope everyone ringside looks in and they see some that are good looking. That, might not necessarily, there might be some give and take coming out of each of these classes where there's only 2 or 3 in each class, and drop in some of the class winners of the single entries. They might not all look exactly the same, but they all definitely have some good things, some good attributes about them. And I think the one in my eyes, the amount of here selecting your champion, which one's the one that's going to go home and I'd be most like to have in my barn, that I'd want to go out and every single day, and I'd be most excited to get mated right and get pigs out of next spring. And that's going to go ahead and be the young lady in the purple right here in front of me. You're going to go ahead and be your champion. I love this one's build and look from the side, and this one profiles extremely well, and this one has some feature to about this one. This one is so good looking. I love the way that one ties in there at its head and its neck, and into that shoulder blade. And this isn't the biggest hog out here by any means, and like I talked about this one in class, I'd like to open this one up a lot, but we could find a board to do that any day of the week. I think that's an awfully good one to go ahead and win for me, so we're going to go ahead and select the reserve champion next. Out here selecting your reserve champion. Like I said, we're going to go with ones that I think could do some awfully good things when you take them home and get them bred and in your fair and barn next spring and make competitive hogs. Young lady, I'm going to go ahead and you to be the reserve champion right here in front of me. I really like this one. I think fundamentally this one has to be the second best one here in my eyes. This has a lot of good, and we might change. She might not balance up or be as pretty looking as some of the other ones from the side, but I just think this one just has way too much good in order to get left hanging here. But that's an awfully nice one to go ahead and be reserved. The young lady should be happy with that one.
Okay, so those were the placings for our open portion of the show. So placing as champion was Presley Shekels, reserve was JC Enskeep. Next we will have, for the youth portion of the show, we would have Austin Nussbaum, JC Enskeep, Rhett Axlon, and Isla Halt in the ring for judging. So congratulations again to our open portion of the show, champion Presley Shekels, and reserve is JC Enskeep. Now in the ring is for your youth Duroc champion and reserve champion gilt. We have Austin Nussbaum, we have JC Enskeep, we have Rhett Axlon, and Isla Halt.
Talked to the young lady that I used to reserve for your open show, so she's definitely going to go ahead and win the junior show. We talked about that one a couple times now, and I just like the extra attributes that this one can bring to the game when you're out trying to figure out what to breed to next year, and I just like this one an awful lot. Second place, that's where it gets a lot closer for me. Young man over here on the side, you're going to go ahead and be your reserve champion here in your junior show. We talked about this one in class behind the one that I chose to win the open show, but we like this one. It just had that extra spread, shape, and muscle that we like to see in our market hogs, and that one can definitely go home and make some good market hogs to be competitive next year. That one might be the one that comes back and makes the champion Duroc Barrow next year. So, you know, I'd like to see that young man take that one home and get that one matched up right, because that one has a lot of pieces to bring to the table. Nice one to be reserved.
Okay, so placing in our youth portion of the Duroc Gilt Show, champion was J.C. Enskeep, and reserve was Austin Nussbaum. Now we're moving into, for the youth show, the Duroc, oh, we have, hey Denny, are we doing our pairs right now? Being judged in the ring, we have our pair. Remember, we moved that class 15. This is our pair of gilts. It's a single entry by Isla Amol. Oh,
We're bringing this lone entry of the pair of Duroc Gilts, and I really like these two. You know, I think I talked about both of these ones in class about being good looking and, you know, kind of hard to kind of just fall free. You know, they have some shape, they have some width. Maybe I want to take these home and made them up to something that has a little bit more extra bone to them. But I'd love to see these ones once they get a little bit more age in them. I think both of these could be awfully cool, you know, in about 2 months, get some size, get some weight, you know, change up the feeding program a little bit. If you have any fall shows to go to, I think these ones could be awfully good and competitive going on. But that's an awfully nice pair to go up here. And I think the young lady, Isla, should be awfully proud of these ones that she's out here exhibiting. So congratulations, nice pair.
Okay, if you're following along then in the youth program, that was class 15, and the winner was Isla Hall. Next, we're going to move into our class 19 of Duroc Barrows. Early January barrows born between January 1st and January 15th. We have a single entry for the first class, and then we have a couple more in the next classes.
going to try not to take too much time on these single entry classes so we can get through the day today, because we got a lot to sort through. The young lady brings one out here, and like it or love it, I'm not sure about this one's head. You know, this one's kind of cool. You know, it's so different and unique about that head shape and the snout and the way that one is. But I like how elevated this one is at the point of its shoulder. You know, from that shoulder blade forward, I really like this one. You know, I think it's kind of cool and unique and different to look at. This one still sounds square, moves very well, although I would like to open this one up at the ground. I'd like to open this one up in its skeleton up front, make it a little bit wider chested, open this one up in its hip, make it a little bit bigger pin, and freshen this one up down its top. But that's a good looking, well built one there from the profile. Young lady should be extremely happy with that one. Congratulations.
So in the barrow program, that's only in the youth. So we have for class 19 in the Durox, the January entry, Isla Ahalt was our winner. Now we're moving to class 21. We have 3 entries in that class. It's Cheyenne Fitzpatrick, J.C. Enski, Austin Lee. So we're in the early February barrows of the Duroc breed, born between February 1st and February 15th.
Everyone ringside, you know, I think most of you have probably watched the hog show before, but, you know, I'm sure there's some people that are in here for the first time, like, ooh, let's go check out the pig show at the county fair, you know, so you might have no clue what I'm looking at out here, so I'm going to go explain something really quick to you guys. When I'm out here selecting my breeding gilts, you know, you got to have good structured ones that walk and have a really nice gait. If you're a horse person out there, you talk about that a lot. We got to have ones that are built right and good looking, you know. When we get out here into the market hog setting, we got to have ones that have a little bit more muscle and width, because after all, these are market hogs. This is the market ring. These are the ones that we're going to take home, get harvested, and these are the ones that are going to get harvested after the show, you know, and these are going to go onto someone's plates. We want to make sure there's a lot of product and muscle there, but, you know, when we're out here in the show ring, we want to take all those market attributes and we want to make them look good, because that makes it fun to judge out here as a pig judge, you know. We want to make them pretty still, as pretty as we can. We're out here judging market hogs. And same thing goes when we're talking about breeding gilts. We want those ones that are good looking and well built and sound and square, but yet we also, it's kind of fun to put a little bit more muscle on them. So it's just where I change my priorities a little bit as we're going between the barrows and the gilts today. I might be changing my mind, pick one out of the gilt class that looks this way and out of the barrow class that looks a completely different way in the next one. But I think fundamentally for me, young man, you're going to win the barrow class right here in front of me. I like the way this one's opened up. This one, it shows true and square at the ground. This one's coming at you. This one's big chested. This one has a big forearm in this one. This one has a big top. This one's big hip. Everything we're talking about in the market ring, this one does extremely well there. Ideally, I would like to change this one a little bit off those rear two. It wants to kick that back rear leg a little bit up too high for me, but I think that's an awfully good one with too much product, and that was just too well built as a market hog to get beat today. Young lady in the middle of the ring, you're going to go ahead and be second. This is one, if this was the breeding ring, it might be a little bit different. I like this one. I love how tall fronted this one is, and I just think this one might be a little bit artificial in its width and its chest width. It wants to narrow up at the ground, but this one is still well built and has a lot of muscle and product to it. I just like how well the young man's barrel bounces everything up for me out here today. Young lady that's going to go ahead and be third. This is one, you're looking at this one from the profile. When she gets the head up on this one looks extremely good. This one really does. She can get this one driving, and this one moves so well and flawlessly across the ring. However, we just need to freshen this one up down its top. We need to open this one up at the ground and its skeleton, and we just need to add more muscle and product in there in order to be a little bit more competitive in the market ring. But that was a very nice class with some give and take.
Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause. In our Class 21, Duroc Barrows, early February. We have placing first, Austin Lee. Second, J.C. Yenske. Third, Cheyenne Fitzpatrick. Reading down the program, and this is the youth program only. It's 3, 2, 1. Next, we have Class 22, late February barrow. And we have one exhibitor, Ty Stevens. Okay, attention exhibitors in the barn, please bring up all your entries for the Hampshire breed. All your entries for the Hampshire breed to the holding pens, please.
Man's lone entry in the barrow class here. I like this one extremely well. The top end of this skeleton, this one's skeleton, I think is built really well. It's so balanced as this one floats across the ring. This one's tall fronted, almost runs uphill, and still ties in that head out of its shoulder blade very, very nice and neatly. The shoulder blade's laid in there really well, and I like the way this one's top end of this one's hip structure. However, when you get down low on this one, I think this one pushes the limits on what we deem ideal in order of having that reach and range underneath. This one might be a little bit out there, but this one is an extremely good looking one with enough muscle, power, and product to be competitive out here today. So young man should be extremely proud of this one out here. I'm excited to get that one in to see it with the rest of our class champions later on.
All right, our winning entry in Class 22 is Ty Stevens. Next we have Class 25. And just a clarification on the Hampshires coming up, I need to make sure they're just the gilts coming up right now. We have a lot of people that'll be filling the pens. We'll have too many if we bring both the barrows and the gilts up at the same time. And while we've got a little bit of a break here, just want to go through and make sure everyone around the show area Make sure you thank your superintendent. We have Denny Willard, he's the superintendent over here in the red shirt. We have Jackie Willard sitting next to me. We have Justin Weibel, and we have Danny Wetzel. We've got to remember the shows wouldn't go on without these volunteers, and they're not paid positions, so they're volunteers, and you guys need to give them a round of applause and thank them for their work.
Lady brings her lone barrow entry in this market class here, and I didn't check your notches, but I'm just going to go ahead and assume that this one's a litter mate to that pair of gilts you had out here earlier today, because this one's fitting that same exact mold. I talked about ones that are just good built, kind of hard to poke a hole in. Maybe ideally on those gilts you wanted to add a little bit, shot more bone when we take them home and breed them this fall. And I see where we could change this in that guy a little bit. We might want to give a little bit more feature, a little bit heavier structure, but this one's extremely well built, profiles extremely well, and I think has enough shape and power and mass and correctly built for the market hog ring. That's a very nice one to win this class. Excited to see this one out there with all those other class winners as well. It'll fit right in.
Our Class 25 winner in the April Barrow Show is Isla Hall. So now we'll be choosing our grand champion Duroc Barrow. We have coming in first, Class 19 entry from Isla Hall. Early January Barrow. Next, Class 21, we will have Austin Lee. Next, we have Class 22 winning entry from Ty Stevens. And last but not least, we have Class 25 winner, Isla Ahawk. So we should have 4 entries in the ring, vying for Grand Champion Duroc Barrow. While our judge is studying those entries and making a decision there, I need to take time to make sure we thank our swine department sponsors, Tall Oaks Farm, the Weibel family, Chestnut Hill Farm and Market, LLC, David Koblenz Trucking, Farmers Transportation Services, South Mountain Collision Center, Magnolia Meadow Farm, Dennis Trucking, Ruff Snyder's Farm Supply, the Matthias family, Randall Alexander Well Drilling, DPT Show Cattle and Swine, Alexander's Plumbing Inc., Montgomery Irrigation, and Gorman Transport, along with Jeff Dent Farm. Let's give all of our sponsors a round of applause. Without their support, we wouldn't be able to provide the prizes, etc. for our exhibitors. So now I'll turn it over to our judge to name your grand champion, Duroc Barrow.
I think there's an outlier out here in terms of having that width, that muscle shape, and that freshness up high that I'm looking for in my market hogs. And I think it puts it together in a good enough package at the ground. Young man, right here in front of me, you're going to go ahead and be the champion, Duroc Barrow. Congratulations.
Our grand champion Duroc Barrow was exhibited by Austin Lee. So we'll have JC Enskeep coming in from that class, 21. As we choose our reserve.
we dropped second place in and out of that class, and that one drops right in the mix. Definitely things that I've been talking about in the market ring, needing to have some extra width, some muscle, having some shape, and that one does a lot of that really well. I like how big hip that one is. I like how stout that one is in the forearm. I talked that one maybe a little bit in class about being a little bit more artificial underneath and being completely opened up, but I think as we're getting out here in the ring, I think that one definitely fits right into the mix of things. I'm just going to go ahead. The other one that I think is in contention, the young man down on the far end down there, that's just one that, built completely different. That one's just, has that great look from the side and moves extremely well, has some extra bone. I just thought maybe we needed to, add a little bit more shape to that one when you get it out here and compare it to the other contemporaries. But that was just really good looking and well built, but I'm not quite sure that's enough to get over the young lady right here in the center of the ring. I'm going to go ahead and keep that pair together out of that class. You're going to go ahead and be reserve champion, Duroc Barrow. Congratulations.
Our reserve champion, Duroc Barrow, was exhibited by JCN State. Next in our program in both the youth and the open show, we have a very unique opportunity here. We have an actual boar pig, which means they're still able to breathe. And there is an entry that is in both the youth show and the open show. It's the only boar that we have here today. So welcome Adeline Weibel with her boar pig. It's a Hampshire, and it's a March boar. We're going to bring him out, and because he's the only boar that we have here, he will be champion not just of his Hampshire breed, but he will be the supreme boar overall because we only have a single entry this year. So we're going to give him a big round of applause. This is a big thing for an individual to do. It's much easier to raise your barrows and your gelts than it is to raise a boar. So let's make sure we give her a nice big round of applause when she comes out and shows them off to all of us. Thank you. And just so you guys know, this doesn't look like Adeline, but it is her brother. And there are limitations on, they're allowed to have these entries, but the age limits that are in there for safety reasons, because this is such a unique opportunity. So I want to make sure that we explain that to you guys so you understand why. And also give them a nice big round of applause. This is a big achievement and accomplishment for their family. Okay, while they're walking the boar around, we want to make sure we have all our entries for the Hampshire gilts up here in the holding pens. So I need Gage Axlon, Kobe Burrier, Jenna Inskeep, Dalen Ogg, Autumn Sweeney, Ashton Uzarowski, Rebecca Sweeney, and Shiloh Jackson. So I need all of those guilt, and also then we have Isla Ahalt, and those should be all the entries for the Hampshire gilts.
The young man drops his lone entry in here for the Hampshires and for the entire boar show. I think when she was talking about how it's a little different feeding boars, that is extremely true. Sometimes once they realize they're a boar, they kind of quit eating on you. They tend to get stale. So to keep one fresh and to have some muscle shape, keep one eating, all the way into the show. Especially when you bring it to the fair here and try to get one that's in a pen next to a bunch of gilts and try to get him to continue eating when he knows he's a boar. That's kind of hard to do. But the young man brings one out here that's I think built pretty well and has some different pieces to it that we like. I like the freshness this one still has down its top. It still has some shape, has a nice groove, and I like that one about this one. I like how big-footed this one is as this one goes across the ring. That one does have some monstrous feet. Those front feet as that one comes at you, those are about as stout as anything I've seen today. And ideally I would like to clean this one up in those rear hocks. It's got a little knot on there, but sometimes that's just from rubbing the farron crate when they're baby pigs, as they're out there. But that one does bring some pieces. I gotta admit, I also like the way he's hooked up in his ham-loin junction. Does that one extremely well. And the slope that this one has to that hip, if you're gonna take one home and try to breed one naturally, I think this one can definitely do that, because as we're out here breeding show pigs and trying to make these high-dollar junior gilts and barrows, that doesn't always, the show ring doesn't always translate into what's actual functional breeding stock. But I think that one has some slope to that hip, and might be able to jump up there on the sow when this one's mature enough in a couple of months and breed naturally with these. But that's an awfully nice boar there to represent your Hampshires. Congratulations.
Okay, now we're going to move into our Hampshire gilt classes. Class 10, early February gilts born between February 1st and February 15th. So I should have Gage Axlon, Kobe Burrier, Jenna Inskeep, Dalen Ogg, Autumn Sweeney, and Ashton Uzarowski. Those should be our entries for our Class 10. our judge is looking over this class, I'd like to introduce him again. We'd like to give a warm welcome to Adam Happy. Adam is the owner of Happy Show Pigs, where he raises crossbred and Chester White show pigs. He also grain farms and has a small flock of crossbred and Southdown sheep. Adam is a 2007 graduate of Ohio State University, ATI, with a degree in livestock science. Since then, he has judged numerous shows in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. Adam and his wife Sarah have been married for 13 years and have 4 children from ages 12 all the way down to 1. They live in Kent, Ohio on his wife's family farm. Whether it be with his own kids in their barn at home or with your kids in the show ring, he really enjoys teaching and getting the next generation excited about agriculture. So let's give him a nice round of applause and a warm welcome.
All right, let's be honest. If you don't like the way I'm picking livestock, you don't have to clap for me if you don't want to. That's perfectly fine. Anyway, I like to think, everyone ringside that, I'm somewhat easy to follow along with, and I try my best to explain everything to the best of my ability. I might miss 1 or 2 things as we go throughout a show, but I think, the right hogs come to the top for me, for most other judges out there. So I'd like to think I'm doing a decent enough job there. But one thing, I got a little beef, all of you people in Maryland. Like I said, I'm from Northeast Ohio. So are there any Baltimore Ravens fans around here? I was like 10 and you guys stole my football team. I gotta give it to you, but we got it back thankfully. But I guess all our records still went to the Ravens and everything. But I was born a diehard Browns fan, so you all can feel sorry for me as well. So it's a tough thing to be, but if I was living over here, I think I'd root for that football team down in Washington instead of Baltimore. But that's just me. But so. Anyway, I gotta throw that out there. I told my son we'd talk a little bit about football out here today, just because it's his first year playing middle school, and we've been talking about it a lot lately. So I had to throw it out there that you guys stole my football team when I was a little kid. But as we're out here getting back to judging the livestock, I think there's one I think that comes top pretty easily for me. We're gonna go ahead and use the young man right here in front of me. I think this one definitely is a hands down class winner out here. We're talking about one that's just well built, profiles and moves extremely well. This one has some shape up high. This one has some width in that skeleton. And for the Hampshire breed, I just think putting all that power and shape into a correct package that can still move extremely well and is square built, I think that's pretty hard. That little ear up there, I don't know, that could have been an infection in an ear when we were little. Could have gotten some water in that, but I'm not too worried about that. It's got papers out here. It'll make purebred breeding stock for me. As we're getting into the one that I was going to go ahead and use for second, you're going to be the one over here on this far side. You're going to go ahead and be second. That's for sure. That's an awfully nice one. We talk about one that's good built. We talk about one that has some shape up high. That one definitely does that. Ideally I might like to see a little bit more range of motion out of those rear two as this one gets out there across the ring. But I think that one follows suit behind our class winner, the easiest and most closely out here for me today. Going into third place, we're going to use the one right here. I think this one maybe pounds heavier, could be a little bit more competitive, but I'm also a judge that says I'll take a weight and size and throw it out the window. But this one's a little bit more moderate for this age as we're selecting breeding stock, and I'd like to see a little bit more growth out of this one. But this one does have some shape and some power and some mass. This one is opening up, and that's an awfully good one to be third. You should be awfully proud of that one. You can take that one, sit over a season, breed it next year, and you can make some really good market hogs out of that one. Fourth place, this is where it gets a little bit tighter, but I'm going to go ahead and use the heavier structured one right here in the center of the ring. As you get this one, you step off this one across the ring, you're like, wow, that one is extremely tall fronted, that one's super well built, that one has some bone, that one has some feature to it, and that one does. But as you get closer up onto this one, I really would like to change that one behind the shoulder blades. I think that one gets a little bit too high in its top, and we need to change that one, clean it up, make it balance up a little bit well as you study this one a little bit closer. But that one does have some unique pieces there and that extra bone and feature that some of the other ones in the class do not. Going into fifth place, going to use the one right here in front of me. This is one that I think is still well built, moves pretty well, but this one, as we get into this one and the one I'm going to use for sixth, we need to open these ones up. We need to open them up in the bottom end of their skeleton. We need to just add some more show pig look to them. I just thought this one, I thought was maybe more condition-wise right now. I know this is a breeding guild show, but I think the young man's guild that I put in sixth, that one's carrying a little bit too much cover for that moderation that one's at. I'd like to have this one a little bit less less extra condition. We need to clean this one up and it's lower 1/3, you know, for a breeding show. Because when you get this one to those higher weights, it's gonna, you know, be carrying a lot more condition. We got to keep them in the proper condition as we're looking at putting ones into the sow barn. But you know, that one's still well built, has some extra bone that the one in 5th didn't. But I just need to change too many things about that one in order to get any higher as well. But that was a nice class.
All right, big round of applause for those exhibitors. And our Hampshire Class 10 in the youth program. So we're going to do the youth program first. Results are Ashton Uzarowski was first. Second was Jana Insky. Third was Dalen Ogg. Fourth was Kobe Burrier. Fifth was Autumn Sweeney. Sixth was Gage Axlon. So reading down your youth program, it would be 6, 4, 2, 3, 5, 1. Now when we go over to the open program, first would be Autumn Sweeney. Second would be Gage Axlon. So reading down your open program for Class 10 for the Hampshire breed would be 2, 1. Next we're going into Class 12. Early March gilts.
take too much time to sort these. Young lady, the one, I think the one in the center of the ring might be coming in heat today, and that's a little okay. Just keep away from the boar in the back of the barn, but I could get a good enough read just standing there, and I did see that one move a few times. I think the one that I'm going to go ahead and choose to win this class maybe isn't, fitting into the mold of what I picked out of the last one, if you're going about how I prefer my Hampshire breeding stock to look like. But the one that I think brings the most good to the table is the young lady on the far side of the ring over there, up in the corner. I just love this one's build from that front end of that one. I like that one. I love how that one floats across the ring. I love the elevation that one has. She gets a good drive on that head, and people ringside might be thinking like, oh, he likes that one because it's out there walking well for her today. And I said, no, that's not why. But when she does go ahead and get that head up, that one does go out and it shows off the attributes that I really like about that one. That one is so balanced about its top line when it gets out there and moves. That one's balanced about its midlines. You talk about that one being balanced from flank to flank. That one does that extremely well. I love how nice and clean that one is in its forearm, and that one does have plenty of rib shape to be a breeding gilt out here. I like that one a lot. But we're just going to have to open that one up a little bit more underneath as that one goes away from you in order to be super competitive, maybe in a bigger ring sitting. But this class at this county fair, that one's the class winner. Second place is going to be the young lady that I think yours is in heat today when you switch there and show that one. I just think that one's fundamentally second best out there for me today. I think that one has some rib shape, it has some look, it has a little bit of bone, it has some muscle, has some shape. I just don't think it does anything extra special with the one out there. The one that's in third that the young lady was driving to begin with, this one gets out here and just floats across the ring. We love that about that one. This one is sound, this one is square, but I think when you try to put those extras on this one fails to impress me too much there. I really want to give this one a little bit more rib shape right there behind the shoulder blade. I'd like to see this one maybe not stretch out as far off those rear two as this one gets out there and goes, but I think this one's extremely mobile and maybe to its own fault, but that's still a good looking one. I just don't think does anything extra special for me in order to be a little bit more competitive there, be extra competitive with that one that I thought was the show pig to win the class. So nice class with some give and take of these Hampshire gilts.
Okay, placing first in our class 12 early March gilts was Rebecca Sweeney. Placing second was Isla Ahawk. Placing third was Isla Ahawk. So now we will be choosing our grand champion Hampshire gilt. We need Ashton Uzarowski and Rebecca Sweeney in the ring. Yeah, sorry about that. This is the dual program coming into effect. I forgot that we have class 13 in the open show, and that's the late March gilt. And our entry there is Shiloh Jackson.
A young lady brings her lone entry in this class. I complimented her boots. I like that style. I like sunflowers too. And you get out here and study your gilt. I think this is one I like a lot as well. This one balances down its top line extremely well. I like the show day fill you have on this one. This one came to the fair and actually still eated the last couple of days. I like that about that one. I do need to change her a little bit. I think she wants to take those rear legs and maybe step and reach too far in front of her, and where it maybe throws her hip off a little bit and maybe stop that one up in its feature. But still, that's a nice balanced one, and the young lady should be extremely happy with that one. You can feed this one a little bit different the next couple months. I think this one could mature into be an awfully nice boot style prospect. Congratulations, young lady.
to choose for the Hampshire Champion Gilt, we're going to do the open portion of the show first. So those entries would be Autumn Sweeney out of our class 10, and then class 12, Rebecca Sweeney, and then class 13, Shiloh Jackson. So this is for our open portion of the show, Hampshire Champion Gilt.
We talked about one of these in class that I liked extremely well from the profile, the one that balanced up really nice and got out here and just motored across the ring. Young lady on the far side, you're going to go ahead and be my champion, Hampshire. Hey, I think that one has some real potential as a brute sow down the road for you. If you take that one home and breed. But that's an awfully nice one to be your champion, Hamp, in the open class. Congratulations, young lady.
Our champion in the open division, Hampshire Gilt, was shown by Rebecca Sweeney.
As we're getting out here picking your reserve in the open show, I'm just going to go ahead and use the one that I think's better built and has more potential in the fairing crate later on. Young lady right here in front of me in the green shirt, you're going to go ahead and be reserve champion open. Congratulations.
Reserve in the open portion of the show for the Hampshire breed Gilt is Shiloh Jackson. Congratulations. Now we will be moving into the youth portion of the show for the Hampshire Gilt champion. We will have Ashton Uzarowski and Rebecca Sweeney. Okay, so we have our two entries in for the champion drive for the Hampshire Gilt in the youth division. Ashton Uzarowski entering the ring now, and then we have Rebecca Sweeney also in the ring.
Picking your champion Hampshire out here, I'm going to go ahead and use the young man. You're going to go ahead and win this class for me. We talked about this one in class that I thought just had more pieces to it that's harder to put into the Hampshire breed. And, you know, in terms of having being opened up and having that shape up high and that expression down its top and, you know, still being big back opened up, but yet putting everything into a completely balanced package that moves extremely well. I like the rear set to that hock of this one and the other one out here for champion. And I just think this one has a lot more unique pieces to it in order to, you know, be the junior. But that's a really nice one, good one to win the class. Excited to drop second place in from there to be competing for reserve champion.
Your champion Hampshire Gilt was exhibited by Ashton Uzorowski. We have coming in for the selection of the reserve, Janet Ansky.
This is where it's a much closer decision in my eyes, and I'm sure to everyone ringside as well. Because we both have two out here that are built very similar in their kind, you know, in their build. They're about the same frame size out here. They both balance up well. They both move pretty well off of both ends. But there's just one that I think's opened up a little bit more at the ground, and I think that's what I'm going to go with today. A little bit more skeletal with to put the next year's Market Hogs. You're going to be reserve champion of the junior show. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion Hampshire Gilt was shown by Jana and Steve. Okay, now then we're going to do our pair gilts, which are in the youth show, and then we'll go into our barrow portion of the show. Now listen up. The rules in the book from the fair say if you don't have 5 entries from 5 different individuals in a breed, that those animals get moved to the AOB. So the Poland China division for the youth, those animals will be moved to the AOB section. And that is the same with the Herefords. Well, those are the Herefords for open. But for the youth program, the Poland China entry will be moved to be with the AOBs. And that's the same for in the open program. So we'll help you along with the changes as we get to those sections. But understand there's rules that are in the book. We need to follow them. If there's not enough entries in a particular breed, then they get moved to the AOB or all other breeds section. It's still able to compete, it's just in a different division.
You know, I thought it was awfully cool earlier when they were reading my biography. If any of you were listening, saying I judged in Ohio, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania. Done quite a few shows over there. This was my first trip to Maryland, and you know, judging breeding stock over here. And this is also my first time getting to judge pairs. You know, I wish we had a couple sets to bring in to be competitive, because I think this is awfully cool to do it this way. You know, there's lots of old timer shows where they always brought in a pair or a truckload, and this is cool just to see how closely related they are, and how the ones out of the same litter look extremely similar. And you know, that's true about this pair. You know, and I think they're both built extremely well, and they're younger. The young lady, she was pretty sure they were born in early March, and you know, I think both of these are built well, and as they get older and they mature, they naturally get more skeletal width to them. I think they could be awfully competitive in 2 months. You know, you get them out there, you get to keep showing them, and you know, if not, they're gonna go and in the future get them bred a little bit earlier. They're ones that are going to be built right, be sound, be square, and you know, be able to make competitive market hogs. But that's an awfully nice pair out here. I hope everyone ringside seeing the similarities between these two, and you know, the sire and dam definitely did transmit some positive qualities into these ones. But nice pair. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to Eileen Halt, our winner of our Class 15 pair of gilts for the Hampshire breed. Next, we're going to move into our barrow portion of the show for the Hampshire breed. Class 19, we have a single entry, Garrett Campbell.
Normally when exhibitors bring one out this good at a county fair, there's other ones in the class, and I get to say that someone brought a knife to a sword fight, you know, or a gun to a sword fight. You know, sorry, I'm not very good with my sayings there. My wife's probably listening in the background going like, "Oh, Adam," but what are you thinking? But that's okay. You know, that's it. Yeah, I think this one's extremely good in a lot of positive areas. I like the way this one's built at the ground, and that just carries up into its skeleton. This one's wide base, free moving. You know, this one has some bone, some feature, that's for sure. You know, this one might be a little bit older on the spectrum, but this one's still super fresh down its top. That chine bone's not coming up yet, and this one has the right amount of shape and muscle. You know, I think the young man's going to get along just fine today, and excited to see this one back to, if this is any, you know, indication of what's going to come out in some other classes here. You know, I'm really excited to sort through these Hampshires, but this is an awfully nice one to win this first class. Congratulations, young man.
Winner of our Class 19 early January barrow class was Garrett Campbell. Next we have Class 21 early February barrow class, February 1st through, with birth dates of February 1st through February 15th. We have Lillian Barnes, Kobe Burrier, and Casey Jordan.
Everyone ringside should say that there's some give and take in this class out here, definitely. There's not a perfect one out here in my mind, but I think the one that brings the most positive, most good to the table in my eyes is going to be the young lady over here to the right. I like the way this one's built the best. I think this one has a nice skeleton to it. I think this has enough shape to it. Is it going to overpower you and be super hard muscled? And no, it's definitely not. But this one's the most fault-free one out here, and I think that's an easy class winner for me. Get into second place. That's where I logically have to place the young man out in the middle of the ring. We love this one. Everyone ringside loves this one for that hip shape, that power, that mass, that width that has. That one's cracked open. That one might be a little bit too hard for me. I might have liked to see a little bit more cover over that one. Has helped smooth that one out a little bit less on the feed bucket there. That one tends to move and get outside of its body wall a little bit as this one goes, but that one has some really cool pieces for the market hog ring. It just doesn't put it all into a complete package for me in order to get over the class winner. Young man in third with the more production-oriented hog. This is one that definitely grew on this guy. He bought this one, and I'm sure if he comes back to the county fair later on the week and gets to sell by the pound, I don't know how you do it here, but he's going to make some money, that's for sure. But he's got one that's sound and square and moves well across the ring. I just need to open this one up, make this one a little bit harder muscle, freshen this one up about its top line in order to be a little bit more competitive. But that's still a nice production-oriented hog to be there in third.
Placings for our early February barrow class. Placing first was Lillian Barnes. Second was Kobe Burrier. Third was Casey Jordan. Next up, we have a single entry in class 22, Joshua Weibel.
The general build and design of the young man's barrow out here, I think, is awfully good. I like this one's forearm and the way that ties in right there behind its shoulder and into its back. And this one's balanced and level, top and bottom. But we need to clean this one up in its lower 1/3 and maybe make this one track a little bit squarer and truer off those rear two. But maybe a little bit different feeding program. Or this one best days could have been 20 days ago, before it started to put on some extra condition. But that's still a well-built barrow with some pretty cool pieces to look at. So congratulations, young man, on your lone entry out here.
The winner in that class, 22, was Joshua Weibel. Now we have class 23, Isla Ahal, single entry.
young lady's Hampshire Barrow out here. Another one that's kind of like the one that was in the class. You know, just a well-built one. You know, that levels out very well, and you know has nice and smooth about that forearm. Maybe wants to tuck those rear legs underneath of it a little bit more. But you know, this one's a little bit younger, so maybe this week isn't the end point for this one. You know, maybe in a couple months you could open this one up a little bit more. A couple more weeks on the feeding program if you got some later shows to go to. But you know, for today, me judging market hogs today, I'd like to see this one open up a little bit more, maybe a little bit fresher down its top. But you know, it's still one that's pretty well built. So young lady should be very happy with that one. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Eiley Hall, the winner of our Class 23. Next we have Class 24, Late March Barrow, Matthew Dunn.
Man's long entry in this late March class. You know, this is kind of cool. You know, you get out here and you're able to enter these classes that are by date. You know, and a lot of times when you're showing crossbreds and trying to be super competitive, you know, you're showing ones that are 7, 8, 9, and 10 months old sometimes even. You know, but you know these ones had to be pushed. They had to be pushed hard to try to get to an acceptable market weight. And young man did just that. And you know, this one, you're talking about the Hampshires of the last couple of classes. This one fits right in that mold of ones that are just well built and good doing hogs, and ones that best days might be ahead of them, might not be right now the best end point for these, but you know, they're well built, good constructed hogs. You know, I'd just like to open them up, maybe give them a little bit more freshness down its top, add a little bit more feature and bone work underneath this one in order to be super competitive. But still, that's a nice Hampshire Barrow. Young man should be extremely happy with that one. Congrats.
Okay, listen up. We had an entry that was not originally present in the program for Poland Chinas. With that correction, that now gives the required minimum, which is 4 entries in a breed. So now the Poland Chinas will have their own and will be coming up shortly. So Poland Chinas, you will not be in the AOB division. You will be in the actual Poland China division. So what we're going to do now is we are doing the champion Barrow out of the Hampshire breed. So we have Garrett Campbell's entry from class 19. We have Lillian Barnes' entry from class 21. We have Joshua Weibel's entry from class 22. We have Isla Aholt's entry from class 23. And we have Matthew Dunn's entry from class 24. Then we will be choosing, we will choose champion and reserve. Then we will have the Poland Chinas. So if all of them can come up, we have Delaney Ogg, we have Autumn Stevens, another Delaney Og entry, and then an Aubrey Messenger entry. So Poland Chinas, whether it's a gilt or a barrel, please bring them to the holding pens now. Apologies for all the corrections, but we want to give the kids a fair shot, and we checked with the book, and it says if you have 4 entries, then you can have that breed. So we are able to have the Poland China breed.
All right, is anyone going to the Tracy Lawrence Sarah Evans concert tonight? Right? That's very exciting. So, I always like to look at those kind of things and work some things into, my show and my reasons. So as I'm out here looking for my champion market hog, there's one in my class that, since some people might say it painted a, perfect picture of what I'm looking for. So I'm going to call this one my Birmingham today, all right? This one can paint me a Birmingham. I'm throwing this out there. Young man in front of me, you're going to be the champion hamster, that's for sure. I'm going to get the saying right this time as well. The young man just brought a gun to a knife fight. There we go, So, but, I just like this one a lot. We talk about everything we're looking for in that market hog ring. This one definitely brings to the table. This one's fresh and good looking, well built. This one's hard to poke a hole. It just gets out here and moves around with the ring with ease. Skin and hair is good on this one. And, it's just an awfully nice one, hands down class winner for me. So that was the only one in that class, so there's no second place to drop back in for my reserve champion. But reserve champion does get a lot closer. There's definitely some give and take here. But I thought the one that was the second best built in my eyes, in my mind, brought the second best, most good to the table is going to be the young lady right here. Champion hamster. Congratulations. That's just a nice, well-built one that's hard to poke a hole in. A kind of fault-free, logical second place market hog for me. Congrats, young lady.
Okay, congratulations to our champion hamster bear is Garrett Campbell, and our reserve champion hamster bear was exhibited by Lillian Barnes. Congratulations. Now we're going to move into the Poland China division. So we have Poland China entries for both 4-H, not for youth, and for open. Our class 11 late February gilts, we have a single entry, Delaney Og. And just a note, for those that in the various divisions within the breeds, if you win champion barrow or champion gilt, you will need to come back at the end of the show for the supreme selection. one Poland China entry in both the open and the youth show. That individual will also be our champion of that breed.
Yeah, young lady bringing her Poland China Guild out here to the fair, and this is one that I've talked about, and some things that I like about a lot of the other ones I've picked in class, and just being balanced from the profile, and it's hard to poke a hole in this one down its top line. It just balances up so well down there. This one has a nice fill, and it has some rib shape to it, and I think for a breeding gilt, this one's pretty nice. I'm not going to consider myself a Poland China connoisseur, but I think this one does have some cool pieces in terms of having some extra width and about that skeleton, having a little bit of muscle shape, but still being balanced extremely well. I would like to change this one off those rear two as this one goes and moves away from you. I'm definitely not going to call this one super sound and square off of those rear two, but I think this one has some hip shape and just has some pieces that might be a little bit harder to find in the Poland China breed. But that's an awfully nice one to be here. Congratulations, young lady, on your entry.
Congratulations to Delaney Ah. She has our champion Poland China Gilt, and she also was the winner of Class 11 in both the youth and the open show. Now we're going to move right into our barrow show for the Poland Chinas. We have a single entry in Class 21, Autumn Stevens, and then we do have we have an entry in Class 22, and then we have an add-on right-in Class 23 entry, Aubrey Meisinger. Okay, attention in the barns, just everybody. If you happen to see something that looks like this, but that is blue, if you don't mind turning it in, it's a cell phone kind of wallet combination. We apparently are missing one, and it would be blue in color. So if you happen to see it, if you can bring it up to our table, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. If you don't mind looking around to see if something's on the ground. Thank you. Good news, it has been located. Okay, since we had some single entries in these classes for the barrows, I will read through so you can keep your program up to date. Class 21, the winner was Autumn Stevens. Class 22, the winner was Delaney Ogg. Class 23, Aubrey Messenger was the winner. And now our judge is choosing the champion, Poland China Barrow.
This class gets a lot tougher for me, not because there's one that just blows me away, you know, in terms of quality, but they're all three similar, and they're all three completely different as well. They all have decent builds about them, and they're about the same frame size, and you know that's kind of hard to look at, and when you're trying to find differences and what they do, and you know some of them are out here moving a little bit better off of those rear two, some are a little more opened up, but the one that I'm just going to go with in my eyes today is the one that just brings the most quality, and the one that functionally has to win in a market hog setting. That's going to be the one coming at me right here in front of me. This is one that I love the look from the side, and I like the extra bone work that this one has, and you know this one is not perfect. You know this one does have some freshness about its top, but this one still needs cleaned up in that jowl. You know it's kind of a different one to look at. You're looking at this one's head and its front end. You're like, man, this one should be a tub of lard, you know, but this one's not. You know, you just study this one from their back, you know, and this one's built right and you know conditioned right. I like that one about it. But second place, yeah, this is one that I think you know kind of came out, and you know I thought, wow, this one's going to be the one to get around in terms of look and build, you know, and ring presence. But the longer I study this one, the more I find that this one needs opened up more, and this one kind of misses a step off the rear leg every now and then. But that's going to be the one right here in front of me this time. You're going to go ahead and be the reserve champion out here for the Poland China. I just really like that how this one is that taller front end, more extended one, and this one's really cool looking about that front end, you know, for Poland. I like that about it a lot, but I just need to change that way one steps off that one rear leg. Maybe had a little issue coming off the trailer, or you know, I'm not sure, but you know that's an awfully cool one right there to be in second. I'd like to see that one when it was moving on a good day. Young lady out here that's going to be third, you know, this is one that's just a well-constructed, good built one that's hard to poke a hole in. You know, when I say it's also hard to poke a hole in, I also say that doesn't do anything extra special for me. It's not the freshest about its top. It's not the widest base. It doesn't have the most shape. You know, it's a little bit over-conditioned, but that's a well-built, sound one. Young lady should be extremely proud of that one. You know, that's an awfully good one to be third. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations, our champion, Poland Barrow, was shown by Aubrey Meisinger. Reserve was Autumn Stevens. We now need all our spot gilts. We need our spot gilts into the holding pens. After spots, we will be doing Yorkshires, and then after the Yorkshires, we'll be doing our what we call our AOB, or all other breeds. guys to get loaded in the holding pens. Just some housekeeping on the programs for us. So on the open program, we should have a Class 8 with an entry from Rebecca Sweeney. Then you'll see that we have a Class 10 and a Class 11. Actually, both of those entries on the open program should be in Class 10, because if we look at the birth dates, we have a 2-5 and a 2-6. They should both be in that Class 10. So if you just realize that Class 11 really should be a 10, we'll have 2 entries in Class 10 in the open portion of the show. It shows correctly in the youth portion of the show. So just wanted to do that housekeeping tidbit for everybody.
You know, when you're getting ready to come in the show ring, as you're an exhibitor coming in, your like 2 biggest fears are, is my pig going to open up the gate and sprint to the other end and hit its head, or is it just not going to want to move at all, you know? So those are kind of your 2 biggest fears out here, and, you know, this one just didn't want to move, and, you know, but this one getting out here and moving a little bit better now, getting a little better drive, but that's nothing against the young lady. She's got an awfully nice, spotted sow prospect out here. This one's just well built, you know. I talk about ones that balance up extremely well. Down its top line, this one's kind of hard to poke a hole in. It doesn't have any issues there, and, you know, from the side, this one just you know, balances up extremely well. You know, I like the set to the rear hocks on this one, definitely. She's an elevated gilt. She has some extension out front. Man, if she could get out here and get her to motor back and forth with her head up, I think, you know, I'd have a lot more positives to say. But, you know, it's tough when they're not being a little knuckle-headed. But, you know, this one definitely is well built, good one. This one could probably be up against some other ones and, you know, still beat them. You know, you're not just winning because you're the only one out here today, but this is a nice one out here to be in the class. It'll be more exciting when we get some more out here and be able to pick out your champion spot. But that one will be in contention. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to Rebecca Sweeney, and both are placing first in Class 8 for the early January gilts in the spot division in both our youth and our open program. And just another housekeeping measure, our open program admitted a Class 13 for this breed, and we're going to have that added to the program. It's Adeline Weibel. So the youth program is showing correctly. The open program, we have to make those corrections. So we'll make sure we announce those as we go through there. So now we're moving on to Class 10, our early February gilts in the spot division.
There's two completely different hogs out here, and you can pick and choose, which ones would fit your breeding operations, which however you're set up at home to go about. But me, the one that I'm choosing pigs out here today are ones that are sound, functional, and I think going to make really good market hogs for the next generation, because a lot of what we do in the junior shows is try to make market hogs for, like I said, the next year after that, and just keep going. And I think the young man's lightly spotted one right here in front of me. I think that one has the most advantages in order to go home and do that. I like this one. This one's the show pony out here in between the two. This one's just extremely well built and has some muscle, has some shape, but doesn't overpower you anywhere. But just a really good looking, well built one that has some bone and some structure to it. And I think that one, I'm pretty confident that one could go home and make some competitive barrows for you in the future if that's what you choose to do. If you're going to take one home and you're going to get this one bred and try to make some good, well-doing, fast-doing market hogs that are well-built, or I think this one out here that was second in the class, this is one that you could even probably honestly stick out in a pen, and she'd probably farrow unassisted out there and raise pigs. She just has that look about her, and not one you'd have to worry ever about, getting pigs out of. Is she going to make the next future generation of competitive market hogs? I'm not quite sure, but she still has some skeletal width to her. She has some pieces. She has a nice hip in her. I like that about her, but like I said, you're just going to take one home, get her bred, and have her farrow unassisted. This is the one to do that, definitely. But these are two nice hogs, and I think they're both well built and have a lot to offer depending on what your plan is to take them home and do with them. So nice class.
Okay, in the youth program, class 10, early February spotted goat, we have placing first Jordan Ensky, second Autumn Sweeney. Then if we go over to our open program, this is where we had to change that class 11 to make it a class 10. That Jordan Ensky entry is first and Autumn Sweeney is second. Now we have a class 13 entry in both the open and the youth program. Can I have the spot barrow entries up to the holding pen? Spot barrow entry up to the holding pen, please. Then we're going to start moving into our Yorkshire gilts. So have those ready too, please.
Young lady drops her lone entry into the ring, and I know she's the only one in here, but you put other ones in this class, and I think this one would still come to the top. This one's just extremely well built. This one profiles extremely well, and for a smaller gilt, she's right in all the places that you want her to be at this size. She's still clean about her throat and her head, and she's still sound and flexible, and she can just get out there and move, and I think that's an awfully nice one. I think as this one matures, she could be super competitive, whether you're going to show her a little bit later on, but this one could be awfully good, and I think this one has a bright future if you take her home and let her set over a season since she's a little bit younger, but get her bred right, and that one could make some awfully cool ones. But that's a nice one to be out here as a lone entry. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to Adeline Weibel, winner of our class 13 spot gilt class in both the youth and the open program. Now we will have the selection of the spot champion gilt. We will have for the both youth and open. We will have Rebecca Sweeney, Jordan Ensky, and Adeline Weibel.
as I've been picking my other breed champions throughout the day, I've said a couple times how I'm picking the ones that I'd like to have in my barn at home the most. You know, the ones that I think are ones that I'd like to go outside and look at every day, and also ones that I think would produce champions all over. You know, in made a variety of ways too. And I think the one that I think be most excited to take home and get in the fair and crate and get this one bred right is going to be that one out of the youngest class. Young lady, you're going to be my champion spot. Congratulations. I know she was the only exhibitor in that class. We don't have to drop out a second, and I think a close second would be the young man with that lightly spotted up gilt right there. He's going to go ahead and be your reserve. I like the future. I think the future is very bright for that one as well, to get that one bred right and make some market hogs out of those two. That's an awfully nice pair right there. Congratulations to both exhibitors.
Good job.
Congratulations to our champion spot, Gil, exhibited by Adeline Weibel. Reserve goes to Jordan Inskeep, and that's in both the open and the youth program. Next we have our spot barrow class, and there's a single entry there. So that individual will also be our champion barrow for the spot breed.
I don't want to sound like a broken record when I talk about, I'm excited to see one's back later on, but that's very true with this young lady's spotted barrow. I know the only one out here in the class and in the breed, but I think when we get this one out here with all the other breed champions at the very end of the show, this one will probably drop right into the contention. This one just does a lot of things good. This one's so well built in that forearm and smooth, and it transitions everything so well. It's level down its top, level about its midline, and that hip is dead level, almost to a fault. But this one's just an awfully cool one to look at. Skin and hair is excellent, and the degree of freshness down its top is very good. I think that's one of the better ones, more fresher ones I've seen in the show. To get a spot with this much freshness and actual shape and dimension, I think that's awfully hard. But that's definitely a good one, and I'm excited to see one at the very end of the show when we're out here picking an overall with the barrow. So congratulations, young lady. Nice spot. You should be very proud of that one. I hope if you bring that one back later on in the week for the actual market show, you got a little bit more competition. But that's an awfully good one. It should be fine no matter where you are. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Peyton Campbell. She is the winner of her respective class and also the champion for that breed. So Peyton had the champion spot barrel. Next, we're moving into our Yorkshire division. We have Class 8 for both the Open and the Youth Show. So in the ring currently we have Class 8, early January gilts born between January 1st and January 15th for both the Open and the Youth program.
That's a good thing.
My concert goers later on tonight, I got a second reference for you in this set of reasons out here between these two, so pay attention, maybe you'll figure it out. But you know, as I'm out here picking, the young lady right here, you're going to go ahead and win this class pretty handily for me. This one's just awfully hard to poke a hole in. I love the freshness this one has, and you know, this one's built skeletally correct. I love that head and neck carriage out of that one. It's put its head up so high in the air, it's like it's born to fly. Anyone catch that? Born to fly, Sarah Evans? Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, I had to throw that out there. You know, I just love how high that neck sets out of that shoulder blade, and it's still laid in so nicely there. It has some angulation to it, and a lot of times when you get those ones that are, you know, super high-headed, they kind of straighten out in that forearm. I don't think this one does. I think she's still laid in extremely correct there, and she just handles everything extremely well. That's a hard one to poke a hole in. Congratulations, young lady, on that one. The young lady second place, this one's no slouch. This one has brute style potential written all over this one. You want one that's big, broody, and you know, just opened up and going to make good market hogs. This one will do that. Just have to, you know, get this one bred a little bit right, a little bit different than the young ladies that won the class. You know, we need to clean this one up in its lower 1/3, maybe a little bit different feeding program would have changed that a little bit, but you know, that's an awfully well-built gilt to be second in class right there. You know, there's probably a lot of other classes that one of that quality would have won its class here today, but that's just an awfully nice gilt. Congratulations to both those two. Both those two have extremely high potential next year fair and pigs. Congrats.
Congratulations to our Class 8 winner, Avery Pollock. She was the winner in both our youth and our open division. And then in our youth program, placing second would be Isla A. Hall. Next, we have a single entry in both our open and our youth program of Knox Axline.
young man brings out a gilt out here. That's an awfully nice one. That's a well-built one that has tons of extension. And you're talking about Yorkshire females being the mother breed. You know, they're normally longer body, taller fronted, bigger framed. And that one is all of these things. And that one does all those pieces extremely well. This one has enough muscle shape for the breeding show ring, I think, out here. And this one just moves extremely well. You know, if you're going to get super competitive, maybe we'd like to put some more ESTs into this one, and maybe a little bit more bone, make it a little bit a little bit more fresher down its top. But that's just an extremely well built one. That's a very, very nice class winner out here. This will be exciting I'm excited to work through all the Yorkshire gilts, because the first three I've seen so far today are very high quality. Congratulations to the exhibitor in this one and all the ones I'm about to see.
Congratulations to our Class 9 winner in both the Open and the Youth program, Knox Axlon. Next, we will have Class 10, early February gilts, born February 1st through February 15th. We should have 3 entries, and they are in both the Open and the Youth program. So for those that have a printed Open program, you need to make sure you add entry Colton Newspot. And while you're already doing some housekeeping with the program for the Open show, if you can go ahead and Class 13 add Adeline Weibel, then that way we'll have everybody complete for the next class. Okay, and we can have to the holding pins, the Yorkshire Bears. To the holding pins, the Yorkshire Bears.
Young man, super loose skeletal one in the middle of the ring is going to go ahead and win this class for me. This is one that I talked about being the show pony in the class. This one definitely is that. I like the balance this one has on the side, and I like the way this one's built and constructed, and the lines just match up perfectly, I think, on that one. Is this one the tallest front end, most extended one out front that we've seen today? No, but I think she's good enough, and for her moderation in her size, I think she does a lot of things extremely well. We like the little bit of shape that she has. She's not overpowering, she's not over-muscling, and she's just a good one that's hard to poke a hole in. I might like to strengthen her and her pastors a little bit coming and going at me, but that's you getting a little bit picky. I just think she has too much good in order to get around, for these other two. These are two out here that look a lot more alike in similarity and like in kind. The one right here next to me is going to go ahead and be second in this class. I just like your build second best. I like how clean you are in your jowl, and I like the balance you guys have on the profile with your gilt, and but this one's just a sound, square, well-built one, hard to poke a hole in, just maybe doesn't do anything extra special to get over top of the one that won the class, but that's just a nice logical second for me. Young man in third, I'm going to go ahead and use you, but you should be proud of this one. You have some length, you have some extension, this one could have some potential in the fair and crate of, raising one is very easily unassisted. This one just, needs some extras to it. Needs some extra bone, needs some extra look, needs some extra cleanliness about its front end. But that's an awfully nice one to be third. So congratulations to those three exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in the Class 10 for the Yorkshire breed early February gilts. In both the open and the youth program, placing first is Colton Nussbaum, second Jacobinski, third Knox Axon. Now we're on to Class 13, and we have the added entry in the open program of Adeline Weibel. The Class 13 late March gilts will be in the ring. And I need my York barrows to the holding pens. York barrows to the holding pens, please.
And feminine almost to a fault, or there were some words that I'm going to use to describe the young lady in the green that's going to win this class for me. I really like this one. This one gets out here, balances up extremely well. This one's hard to poke a hole in any one area. It just doesn't do anything extremely overpowering. It doesn't wow you in one area, but man, that is a well-built one that is just one that's fun to look at on the profile. Gets up there, holds its head up high, and sound square coming and going. I like that one a lot. I think in a couple weeks, you're able to push on that one, open that one up a little bit, or skeleton a little more. You can be very competitive with someone a little bit older than you. Young lady that I'm going to use in second. That's another one that we like how well built this one is, but I really just need to change this one up at the ground as this one's going away from you. It wants to put those legs up underneath there and kind of turn a little bit as it's going away. But that's a nice one. Loose skeleton, has some good attributes to it. A nice one to be second. Congratulations, young lady.
Okay, congratulations to our competitors in the Class 13. Now in your youth program, placing first would be Adeline Weibel. In your open program, placing first would be Shiloh Jackson, with Adeline Weibel second. Gilt. We're going to do the open portion of the show first. So that would have entry from Class 8, Avery Pollack. Class 9 entry would be Knox Axon. Class 10 entry, Colton Nussbaum. And then our Class portion of the Yorkshire program.
Champion Yorkshire females out here. I think everyone top to bottom in these Yorkshire classes have probably been the deepest quality that I've seen out here in the breeds today. So the Yorkshire breeders and the feeders helping find these pigs. You're doing a tremendous job finding Yorks. Maybe there's a few local breeders doing a great job in the barn at home, but you know, you've done a great job finding nice Yorkshire females that are going to go home and make even better sows next year. I think there's no doubt in my mind the one that I'm going to go out here and use for champion is going to be the young lady in front of me. I think maybe I used my Birmingham reference a little bit too soon, because you talk about one that you want your entire sow herd to look like, you know, I think it's her. She's just so cool and right for the times right now in the show pig world, not just making competitive, you know, purebred Yorkshires, but you know, you get out in the crossbred ring and you'd love to drive one that looks like that and is that flexible and sound and square and still that fresh and opened up. You know, you'd love to drive market hogs that look like that all day long, but that's a pretty easily hands down for me. Reserve gets a little bit closer, but I think the one that's second best stuck in my mind, you know, bringing some unique pieces to the table in the sow herd's going to be the young man right here off to my right. I definitely like this one second best. I talked about this one maybe a little bit too moderate in order to be competitive. You know, there are some other ones out here that are going to be a little bit bigger framed as they get older, but I just see the future for this one being pretty easy to make some competitive market hogs, some competitive breeding stock out of that one. You just make that one, you know, something a little bit taller front and more extended out that front, and that one's just going to take everything else that he has to offer and make some really good hogs. So that was a really nice class right there. I was really excited about those top two. Congratulations to all the exhibitors, top to bottom. Like I said, Yorkshires were deep today.
All right, so since our champion and reserve were both entered in the open and the youth, we have already chosen then our youth champions also. So congratulations to champion York Gilt, exhibited by Avery Pollock. It won in both the open division and the youth division. And then our reserve York Gilt overall was chosen by Colton Nussbaum and in both the open and the youth program. So congratulations to both of them. Now we do have a class 15, a pair of Yorkshire Gilts being exhibited by Knox Axline.
Big cat, dirty boy. Come on.
Now we're going to move into our class 19, which is early January barrows for the Yorkshire breed. We'll have Isla Ahawk and Destiny Briggs.
yet again get to go through and talk about this pair of gilts, which is, I think, an awfully cool thing. You know, when you're having a sow at home, it's no fun just to have one. Let's have 2 or 3, right? So might as well bring a pair to the county fair as well to show here. And you can tell these 2 aren't litter mates, even though they are a pair out here, because they look, I think, completely different in my mind, but they still have some. They both have lots of potential to go home and make competitive hogs, and they both bring some pieces to the table. You know, the young man, the one you're showing, you know, has a little bit more shape, expression, and we like that about him. You know, we want to take that one, made it to maybe a softer made one that's just going to balance everything up a little bit better, and you know, you'll get some awful good market hogs. The one you have your friend here showing, and the young lady, she just has the pretty good looking one, you know, and this is the one you take home and breed to that power stout one, you know, and get some good market hogs. So there's some give and take here, but I think you take both these home and have an awfully fun year next summer. We're showing offspring out of both of these 2. So congratulations, young man. I believe this is your pair you brought out here today, but you know, 2 nice ones to come out here.
Congratulations to Knox Axon on exhibiting a pair of Yorkshire Gilts. Now we will be moving into Class 19, the early January Barrows. We have 2 entries, Isla Ahalt and Dusty Briggs.
I have to admit, this is the first time that I've ever been judging a show where we're switching back from breeding stock to market hogs all in the same show, class after class, and it's kind of fun. Keeps me in check too. Keeps me thinking different things every single class I'm coming to, and you know, it's just kind of fun to work through things and see how things come together at the end. And you get these 2 out here. They're both well built. You look at them both on the profile, and you really like both of them a lot. You know, they're so similar in terms of their build and levelness and design standpoint. There's just one that I think's a little bit more opened up, offers a little bit more freshness down its top, a little more shape up high. Young lady, you're going to go ahead and be this class winner because I think you do that extremely well. The one that I put here in second, the young lady on the far side, like I said, we love the build that this one has. I just think this one's a little bit more artificial in its width that it has. I think this one needs to be a little bit fresher down its top right there behind its shoulder blade. I want to see this one pop here in the market ring a little bit more, a little bit staler, but still, that's a well-built, well-constructed hog, you know, and profiling it off to the side, that one's hard to poke a hole in. Very nice, high-quality pair. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Placing first in our youth program barrow show for the Yorkshire breed was Isla Ahalt. Second was Destiny Briggs. Class 21 is our next class, early February barrow. We have 1 entry, Jana Inskeep.
About 5 and
Studying the young ladies' lone Yorkshire entry in this class. From the front 2/3 of that one, we really like that one a lot. That build and structural integrity it has about its head, neck, and shoulder blade is extremely good. This one, as it goes away from you, it tends to want to put those legs a little bit farther underneath. We're not sure which direction it's wanting to go with those rear two as it's walking away from you, but this one still offers a little bit of shape and freshness down the top. We like that about it. Has a little bit of hip shape. I just need to open this one up in its skeleton, and its lower skeleton definitely coming at me and going away. But that's a nice market hog. Young ladies should be very proud of that one.
Congratulations in our youth program in class 21. The winner is Jana Inskeep. Now we have class 24, Lake March Barrow. Dixie Eichenrode is the exhibitor. Well, we've got a quick moment. I want to take another opportunity to thank our swine department sponsors for the youth program. If you see these families, businesses, or individuals, you need to make sure you give them a nice thank you. Walk up and tell them, like, thank you very much for helping sponsor a program for us. I have Tall Oaks Farm, the Weibel family, Chestnut Hill Farm and Market, David Koblenz Trucking, Farmers Transportation Services, South Mountain Collision Center, Magnolia Meadow Farm, Dennis Trucking, Rife Snyder's Farm Supply, the Matthias family, Randall Alexander Well Drilling, DPT Show Cattle and Swine, Alexander's Plumbing, Montgomery Irrigation, Gorman Transport, and Jack Den Farm. So once again, let's give a nice round of applause for all those people who helped make this show possible. Thank you.
This one looks a lot like that one from the last class. When I talk about that front 2/3, I really like a lot in terms of a build and structural integrity standpoint. I'd like to open this one up a little bit more, and I'd maybe give this one a little bit more bone underneath, a little bit more feature to go. This one might look a little bit feminine the way it's built there, but this one does have some look, have some build. It definitely has some quality there. I like how the head carriage of this one is, and that's a nice market hog. We just like to open up a little bit, see a little bit more shapy mass, and able to be a little bit more competitive. But this one is one of the younger ones, and if you're in points later on, I think you can open this one up a little bit more if you got a few more weeks of feeding before your final show. But if your final show's later on in the week, hopefully there's a few more in your class, but you still have a really good, well-built one, that I think could go a long way when you're talking market hogs. Congratulations, young lady. So winner of class 24 was Dixie Eichenrode.
Now we will move on to our champion barrow selection. In the youth program, it will be Isla Ahalt out of our class 19, class 21 Jana Inskeep, and class 24 Dixie Eichenroth.
We just got done studying these three in class recently, and I don't think there's anyone doubting anyone mind ringside. Young lady right in front of me, you're going to have to go ahead and be your champion Yorkshire Barrow out here in the class. This is just one that I talked about, you know, being opened up and having some shape, being fresh down its top for a Yorkshire. It's just one that put a lot of good things together, hard to poke a hole in, especially when you compare it to the other ones out here. So it was definitely a nice one. Looking forward to drop that second place out of that class in here and picking your reserve. We dropped second in from that class, and I remember talking that one then about didn't quite have the same amount of freshness down its top as the one that I chose to win the class and go on and be the champion Yorkshire Barrow. But I did talk about this one being super well built from the side, and the profile, the build that one has, I think is just too hard to construct in one. So I'm going to go ahead and use second place out of that oldest class to be your reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to our champion Yorkshire Barrow, exhibited by Isla Ahalt, and our reserve, exhibited by Destiny Briggs. Now we will move into our AOB classes. AOB stands for All Other Breeds. We have class 8, early January gilts. Okay, well, we've got a moment for those that might have joined our ringside after we started. Once again, I'd like to make sure we introduce our judge, Adam Heppy. Adam is the owner of Heppy Show Pigs, where he raises crossbred and Chester White show pigs. He also grain farms and has a small flock of crossbred and Southdown sheep. He is a 2007 graduate of Ohio State University, ATI, with a degree in livestock science. Since then, he has judged numerous shows in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. Adam and his wife, Sarah, have been married for 13 years and have 4 children from ages 12 all the way down to 1. They live in Kent, Ohio, on his wife's family farm. Whether it be with his own kids in their barn at home or with your kids in the show ring. He really enjoys teaching and getting the next generation excited about agriculture. Let's give him a nice round of applause and welcome him to Frederick. For those following along, I just want to let you guys know for the open program, we had some added entries because we had moved those two Hereford entries to the AOB section. So for the open entry portion of the program, we have two entries from Presley Shekels, an entry from Emery Click, and an entry from Trace Reinhardt. And then in the youth program, we have a single entry, Landon Gorman. And just to give a plug for the youth livestock, if anybody gets hungry and feels like they want to get dessert, there's the cake auction going on up at the beef barn at 4 o'clock. So if anybody wants some dessert, some sweets, something like that, please enjoy the youth auction at 4 o'clock up at the beef barn.
This gets a little more complicated in an AOB class because we got two different breeds out here. We got some landrace gilts and some Hereford gilts, and you know, I don't want anyone ringside to think that I prefer one or over the other, and this gets a little bit harder on me as a judge. Do I base on just pure quality compared to each other, or what they have to offer their individual breed? And I guess that's up to me. So I just want everyone to know when it comes to Hereford landrace, I don't have any skin in the game. I got crossbreds and Chesters at home, so you know, I don't have preference over either one of these. I'm just going based off quality out here and what I think they have to offer their breed. I think as we get out here, there's one that I think comes to the top pretty easily for me in terms of things that I've been preaching all day long today. Ones that's just balanced from the side and good looking, well built, hard to poke a hole in, and where it beats the one in second place, I just like its head shape a little bit better, a little bit more feminine, and a little more length about that head. You're going to have the champion with your landrace gilt. That one's definitely class winner, class champion in my eyes. You know, that's an awfully nice one to win the class right here. As we get into picking second in this class, it's going to be the other awfully nice landrace appearing gilt coming at me right now. This is one we love for that looseness of structure and skeleton that this one has to offer. I just might want to open this one up a little bit more behind her rib cage there, make her balance up a little bit better, and clean her up about her throat and her neck in order to be a little bit more competitive with the one that I thought was awfully good and hard to put the hole in. But that one offers some really cool pieces if you're into breeding landrace. That one has some extra bone and that looseness of skeleton. That one could be a really cool one to get some pigs out of next spring. Third place, this is where things get a little bit tighter for me and everyone ringside. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's Hereford appearing one on the far side over there. I think just to put this much mass and shape into a Hereford, I think this one has to be a logical third in this class against those two landrace appearing ones that I thought were awfully different. But that's an awfully nice one right there. That's sound and square, maybe a little bit more bone to be a little bit more competitive in an AOB class, but that one for the Hereford breed I think is awfully cool. Fourth place, going to go ahead and use the other young man's Hereford out here. I like this one. It follows up that other one I think extremely well, just maybe not opened up as much, and I think that one has some cool pieces to offer that breed. You just make those ones as you see fit. Young man that's out here in fifth with his landrace appearing one, you know, I placed those other two landrace 1 and 2, and this one does have some of that same build quality, you know, it has some extra bone for that landrace breed that they need, you know, but I really need to open this one up in order to be a little bit more competitive, and I maybe need to change this one a little bit off those rear two, but we need to add some skeletal width to this one. But that's an awfully cool one that could have some breeding pieces. If this one's a little bit younger and you can push on that one a little bit later show, that one could have a future in the sow herd as well. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Nice class.
Okay, congratulations. We're going to go through the open program first. Placing first in Class 8 in the AOB section for the open program was Presley Shekels. Placing second was Presley Shekels. Third was Emery Click. Fourth was Trace Reinhardt. Now in your youth program, placing first was Landon Gorman. Now we will move into, for the youth program, they have a Class 10, Isla Halt, and then we'll go into our Class 11, which is in the open and the youth program.
We had a little mishap getting pigs into the ring. As it turns out, I'm just placing these two against the young lady on the far end. She's on the her own class down there. But as we get these two out here, like I said in that last class, this gets a little bit tough. What I want to do as a judge, go based on what each individual pig has to offer for their individual breed, or go based on just pure quality. And I think in terms of what they have to offer their individual breed, but still being high quality and well-designed gilts, I'm going to go ahead and use the Tamworth. That's going to be the class winner out of this one. This one, you can see this one on the profile. I think this one's extremely well balanced, and I don't think this one's been fed on pretty hard. So if you're going to go show breeding stock with this one later on, I think you can play with this one a little bit and change some things up and stouten that one up a little bit, and that one's just going to be able to handle everything you throw at it. I think that's an awfully nice one with a bright future for a breeding gilt in the Tamworth breed. Not taking anything away from the young lady's land race out here. We talk about what we want in a land race, and we want one that's sound and flexible and well constructed, and that one does everything that extremely well. However, just to maybe change that breed a little bit more, I'd like to see this one opened up. I'm not quite sure that one's quite the breed mover, as the one that I saw the Tamworth being able to do. But that's still a well-designed, good, functional, sound land race there that is awfully nice and has a good future. I'll just go ahead and talk about the young lady right here that's in her own class. We'll get this one out here with the other class winners. She's one like I've been talking about, sound, flexible, good looking, well balanced. I might like to add a little bit more bone to this one, but that's just a good doing land race out here. But I think she's a little bit different compared to the other land race we've seen out here, but she still has some pieces to offer, and it'll be cool to get her in here with the other ones and see how she compares. So congratulations to both those classes.
All right, congratulations to Josh Weibel, placing first in both the Open and the Youth Show, and Adeline Weibel placing second in the Open and the Youth Show. Now we will be choosing our champion AOB gilt in both the Open and the Youth Show. I need to make sure we have our barrows for the AOB class in the holding pens. And listen up in the barns. We are going to be calling up for the selection of Supreme Champion Gilt for both the Open and the Youth Show. So it will be just the champions that will come up to the holding pens. So listen up for your name. So we will have for Champion Burke Gilt in the Open Show, Carolia Grossnickel. Duroc Gilt in the Open Show was Presley Shuckles. Hamp Gilt in the Open Show was Rebecca Sweeney. Poland China Gilt in the Open Show was Delaney Ogg. In the Spot Open Show, it was Adeline Weibel. In the York Show, it was Avery Pollock. And as soon as we have this champion, it will be there. And then I'm going to read through for the youth show, the champion gilts that need to come up. For the Berkshire gilt, it's Carolia Brownsnickel. For the Duroc gilt, it is JCN Steep. For the Hampshire gilt, it's Ashton Uzarowski. For the Poland China gilt, it is Aubrey Messinger. For the Spot gilt, it's Adeline Weibel. For the Yorkshire gilt, Avery Pollock. And then the individual that wins this particular champion drive. Start getting your animals ready to break a ringside. Thank you.
Up to the show staff out here trying to get all this bookwork straight and keeping the classes open and junior show. Doing a great job, trying to keep me in line, but like I've been telling them all along, I'm just going to go ahead and judge what's in the show ring in front of me. And I think there's one out here, like I've been talking all night long. I'd be awfully excited if this was at home in my barn, you know. Young lady, it's no question, your landrace guild here closest to me, you're going to go ahead and be the champion AOB. This is just one that I love from a balance and build standpoint. And you talk about one that's hard to poke a hole in. This one is. I think she's very, very good, especially for a land race, and I think she's awfully different. She's smooth, she's balanced, and she does everything extremely well. So some people might say she's carrying a little bit too much extra up front, but I think she's good enough there, and I'll take that all day long with everything else that she has to offer. That's an awfully nice one to win. As I'm going to go ahead and pick my reserve champion right now out of this one, dropping second place out of that class, and I talked about that was a cool pair because they were awfully good looking. They shared a lot of similar attributes there. You know, we talked about this one, maybe not quite as clean up front as the one that's won, but you know, still super heavy bone, good looking, balanced up well. That's going to go ahead and be a reserve AOB as well. Congratulations.
Open division and reserve champion was Presley Shekels. So we need to choose a champion for the youth division. That would be Landon Gorman, between Landon Gorman, Isla Ahalt, and Joshua Wiley. Okay, I need to make sure we have our class 21 AOB Barrows. I need Isla Ahalt and Peyton Reinhardt.
Out here picking my junior show champion. There was one that I talked about in class, and there was some give and take about how to choose if I was going to pick one that was going to help the breed or just kind of form and function for what they are right here today. And I went ahead in that class and chose what I thought they were going to do for the breed. I'm going to go ahead and do that again right now and use the Tamworth to be your champion in the junior show. Congratulations. That's just one that's extremely well built and kind of hard to poke a hole in. And I think you get that one mated right for the Tamworth. Add some bone to that one. I think you could have some awfully cool barrows to go compete with next summer in some junior shows. Congratulations. We dropped in second place behind that Tamworth in class, and I said I wasn't sure where to go with that one, and I chose to put her second to the Tamworth, but you get that one out here, and that one's right into the mix of things. I think these three all, match up. They have a little bit of offer as we get out here. Even the young man that was fifth in his class, or fifth, yeah, it was fifth, because you got beat by the two Herefords and the two Landys that I chose to use as your champions at the Open show, but you dropped right back into the mix of things. Young lady over here, one maybe had a little bit more feature too, but still one that we like, that's stout and opened up, and has some pieces to it. But I think going right here at the Landrace, the one that I think is going to offer the most to the Landrace breed is going to be a young lady that came in second behind the Tamworth. You're going to go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion AOB exhibitor was Josh Weibel. Reserve was Adeline Weibel. Give us just a minute. We're making sure, triple checking all the paperwork. We got the right animals in the right places, and we will be doing our Supreme Gilt Drive. Okay, I had a little bit of a boo-boo earlier when I was announcing who was coming in for what, so I want to make sure we get this right. So give us just a moment to make sure we got everything straight. Okay, I'm going to read down who were the champions and their respective breeds for the youth program. And then we're going to go and read down the champions for the open program and their respective breeds. We've got the February AOBs that we need to do first. So we have class 21, February Barrows, Isla Ahalt, and Peyton Reinhardt. But I need to have in the holding pens ready to go, because after this we'll be choosing our Supreme Champion Gilt of both the youth and the open show. For the Berkshire breed in youth, I need Carla Lee Grossnickel. For the Berkshire breed, for the Duroc breed, I need JC Enski. For the Hampshire breed, I need Ashton Uzarowski. For the Poland China breed, I need Delaney Ogg. For the Spot breed, I need Adeline Weibel. For the Yorkshire breed, I need Avery Pollock. And for the AOB breed, I will need Josh Weibel. So for our AOB youth program, class 21, because we only have this class for barrows for this particular breed, whoever wins first and whoever wins second will automatically be your champion in reserve of this breed. We have two contestants. We have Isla Ahalt and Peyton Reinhardt. Then we're going to move into the Supreme Gilt Drive, and then we'll move into the Supreme Barrow Drive.
Out here choosing your champion AOB market barrow. There's one that I think just brings so many positives that I've been looking for in the market classes all day long today. And that's going to be the young lady closest to me right now coming at me. We're driving the land race barrow. This is one that's just so opened up at the ground, coming in, going away from you. This one is just stout built. This one's fresh down its top, and you know that thing is so big and wide for a land race, and you built extremely well. And this one just gets out here, floats across the ring. She gets that one's head up. It looks second to none out here today. That one just looks great, gives off a great look. That's a really good one to go ahead and win. Young lady in second, that's going to be your reserve. When this one came out of the pen first, I'm like, wow, that's a pretty decent land race barrel, that's for sure. But then I saw the other ladies, but yours is extremely well built. You know, this one, the profile is extremely well balanced, like I've been talking about all day long. We just need to open this one up, freshen this one up down its top. This one's looking a little bit stale, or its chine bone seems to get a little bit high above its scapula when it out here walking around. Add a little bit more bone in order to get over that one ahead of you, but that's still a well-built one there to be second. Nice one to be reserved. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our champion in reserve. Champion was Peyton Reinhardt. Reserve was Isla Ahalt. Now we're going to get into our Supreme Gilt Drive. These are the individuals we have because we have the combination of the youth and the open. Here's who we have. So representing in the youth and in the open program, Burke Gilt would be Carla Lee Grossnickel. In the Duroc breed, in the open show, it would be Presley Shekels. In the youth show, it would be J.C. Yenski. In the Hampshire Gilt portion of the show, for the open show, it would be Rebecca Sweeney. In the youth show, it would be Ashton Uzorowski. For the Poland China Gilt, in both the open and the youth show, it's Delaney Ogg. In the spot division, it would be both in the youth and the open show, Adeline Weibel. In the York division, in both the open and the youth show, it would be Avery Pollock. And then in an AOB division for open, it would be Presley Shekels. And the AOB division for youth, it would be Josh Weibel. Let's give everybody here a round of applause as they bring out their entries and start our Supreme Gilt Drive. Just so everybody ringside will understand, depending on who the judge chooses as the champion, if it is not a person that was entered in the youth program, then we will have to make another selection. If it's a person that was entered in both the youth program and the open program, then they are supreme champion with both of those programs. So just letting you know, you may make a selection, and if they were only in the open, then they're supreme just of the open division, and then we would choose a supreme of the youth division. While we've got a minute, let's give our judge a nice round of applause. Been here since 1 o'clock we started, and we're going to continue on after the selection of the Supreme Gilt. We will be choosing the Supreme Barrow, and we've already chosen the Supreme Boar when we had the boar out earlier in the day. So this will be for your Supreme Gilt Drive. Okay, listen up in the barns. Those in the youth program that had champion barrow, I need you to bring your champion barrow up to the holding pens. So the champion barrows only. So the Berkshire Breed champion barrow was Isla A. Hawk. The Duroc Breed champion barrow was Austin Lee. The Hampshire barrow champion was Garrett Campbell. We did the champion barrow, Poland China, was Aubrey Meisinger. The Spot champion barrow was Peyton Campbell. The Yorkshire champion barrow was Isla A. Hall. And then our AOB champion barrow was Peyton Reinhardt. If you can bring your animals to the holding pens, we'll start to get ready for our champion barrow drive.
All of these exhibitors that made it to the final gilt drive, I'm pretty sure when I came down here to judge the breeding show, I wasn't quite sure what the quality was going to be like, and I just want everyone to know that I'm completely impressed with the quality and build that is shown here in Frederick County. So let's give these exhibitors a great big round of applause. They've been working all summer long for this, so they definitely deserve it. They must all be Ravens fans, because where I'm from up in Cleveland area, we cheer a lot louder than that. Let's hear it again. Okay. Sorry, I had to throw that out there again. Back to you guys steal my football team, but we'll forget about that. But it's okay. Anyway, you're out here, you're ringside, you're in the ring, you're behind a holding pen right now. I hope you look out here and you see how these pigs out here are so good looking. They're balanced. They're everything I wanted in the breeding females coming out of their individual breeds. And some people might think it might be a little confusing bringing the junior and the open show out here, but like I said, all day long, I'm just out here choosing the best pigs. And I've got one more Tracy Lawrence reference for you right here. As time marches on, the one I love the most keeps hitting me harder and harder and harder and harder to get around, all right? So I just keep liking this one more and more. Every single time it comes to the ring, and I just keep seeing this one. It just takes everything to a whole new extreme level, and I think any breeders close by, you might want to follow this one back to the pen, find out if this one's for sale or not, because I'm going to go select your champion, and I think it's an awfully good one.
Champion gilt in both the open and the youth program was Avery Pollock. We only picked the Supreme. So we're going to move next to our Supreme barrow. Okay, now we're moving on to the selection of our Supreme barrow. Once again, we should have from the Berkshire Breed, champion Isla Hawk. From the Duroc Breed, champion Austin Lee. From the Hampshire Breed, champion Garrett Campbell. From the Poland China breed, champion Aubrey Messenger. From the Spot breed, we should have champion Peyton Campbell. From the Yorkshire breed, we should have champion Isla Ahawk. And from the AOB breed, we should have champion Josh Weigel. Oh, sorry, Peyton Reinhardt. Josh was for the goat. Peyton was for the bear. Got everybody. Now we'll be moving into our Supreme Barrow Drive. Okay, attention in the barns, attention in the barns. For bred and owned, it is gilts only today. We're going to do gilts first. Okay, sorry. Got to make sure I get this right. So we're going to do bred and owned gilts first, so you can start to bring them up to the holding pens. So bred and owned gilts only at first to the holding pens. So once again in the barns, bred and owned, gilts class, please start bringing your gilts to the holding pens. And what the bred and owned means is at the time the animal was bred, you were the owner and the breeder of the animal. sure we have the brand new gilts coming in. Brand new gilts coming in. And it means that you are listed as the owner and the breeder of the animal. And when when the sow was bred, you own that sow.
I'm going to go ahead and choose my champion bearer out here so we can keep moving through the show today. I want to commend all the purebred breeders and family and friends and in the area who have been helping these kids. Like I've talked about, this is a tremendous set of purebred market hogs, and this is so cool to come to a county fair over here and get to sort through all these purebreds. And you know, where I'm from, up my way, you know, we might get a couple hundred market hogs at our county fair, but they're all crossbreds and no one shows a purebred. And you know, I have a few Chester sows at home, and trying to sell purebreds in my area is dang near impossible because no one wants them. There's not a single county fair around that has them. So it is so cool to be able to come to a county fair and, you know, see a group of breeders and kids, you know, come together and get purebred market hogs that are so good, you know. And I hope everyone ringside looks in here and they see what I've been talking about and attributes that we need in the market hog setting. The ones that are out here today, unlike the gilt drive, they might be a little bit more opened up, a little bit fresher down their top, so a little bit more hip shape, with, you know, a little bit more bone and feature to them and some, you know, there's just a lot of good market hogs out here, and I'm very proud to, you know, come out here and analyze these and choose a champion, because it's really exciting to get to sort through purebred market hogs like this. And there's one out here that I'm going to go ahead and choose to be your champion. It's just one that I think can give crosses a run for their money all day long, you know. And if this one's coming back at the fair later in the week and getting to show in the junior show then, you know, I think this could be awfully fun for this exhibitor. But I'm going to hang up the microphone. I want everyone to give all the kids that have done a tremendous job today a great big round of applause. And thanks everyone for sticking around for this and for cheering all day long for the kids, because it's really about them. But I'm going to set the microphone down and go choose yourself a champion Supreme Market Hog. So congratulations, everyone.
Your Supreme Champion Bearer was exhibited by Garrett Campbell. Now we're going to take a 5-minute little break. We have some kids that are showing in the sheep area right down behind us, and they would be up here for bread noon and all that. So we're going to allow everybody, if you want to have a little quick restroom break or something like that, now's your time. Get a drink or something like that, and we'll be back here in about 5 minutes. That gives us all a little time to stretch our legs.
What's that? Tell her she's down. She'll take it better if it comes from you.
I won't. No.
You are telling she could have smacked me.
Ah, I know how that goes. Boy, do I.
You're right, honey. You're right. Hi, Jason, go get my multifunction. I told him to go get shirts. They wanted shirts. We didn't get shirts. What happened to your belt? Hey, what happened to your belt? Oh, he needed it.
You get up there. You see how they put that over there.
Come right down.
Come on. Are you sure?
I'm wearing Destiny's belt. The little one that's like, I mean, her dad drove on to the baby. They've been helping with her. Grandma has her. Meemaw has her.
You better keep your hands like this.
They got a lot. I'm going to see the wax. They're black. Right. Hey, just go ahead and
And they're going to be so damn tight.
start back up with the bread knowing portion of our show for the gilts. We're ready to, I think we've got all the exhibitors back now. We're not missing any down at the sheep bar now, I don't think. All right, we're going to start back up with our show. Bread and gilt division. So for those at ringside, what we are choosing is one entry out of this will be our Grand Champion Bread Known Gilt. Grand Champion Bread Known Gilt out of these entries. And what this means is these individuals owned the sow, that otherwise known as the mama, of these pigs. So they owned the mom, they bred the mom and had these as offspring. Had these litters. And out of the litters, then they picked one that they wanted to be able to show. And that's what resulted in them being in the ring today. So we're choosing our champion Bread Known Gilt. I need to the holding pens, attention in the barns, I need to the holding pens, the Bread Known Bears. The Bread Known Bears. Please bring them to the holding pen.
bred and owned classes set up. There's some out here that placed extremely well in their classes, and there's some out here that might have gotten beat by a couple of really good ones, but you know, and if I was a kid coming to the fair, I'd want to be competitive in this, you know. So I hope a lot of the kids in the back that were showing some that they bought today, you know, I hope they take those ones home and try to bring one out here next year, so that they, you know, have to have a couple classes of this, because this is really fun, you know. When you're a kid, you know, there's a lot of things, you know, you can go out and buy high-dollar pigs, or you can try to raise your own, you know, and that's what I try to do with my kids at home. We try to raise our own competitive market hogs and our own market lambs, and try to be competitive as well as we can with ones that we raise, you know, and that's the fun part of it for me, you know, showing breeding gilts. But there's a lot of people who run the circuit, and they do an extremely good job showing, but maybe don't raise them themselves. Maybe they're not quite set up to, but they will be one day, you know. It's just, I guess these kids out here, they're very lucky and fortunate. They have a barn and space at home to put a farrowing crate up, and they probably have a strong family that's they're willing to help them get things bred. So as I'm out here picking out the champion bred and owned, the way I'm going to go with this is the one that I think is going to make the most competitive market hogs next year, you know, because that's really what they're doing. They're out here showing pigs today. They're going to take these home, breed them next year, and try to make ones that are competitive as well. So, you know, we're not comparing apples to apples out here, breed for breed, but when it comes down to it, I think the one that offers the most unique pieces out here for the breed that might not have been the best one out there in the breed at the particular time, but I think you get them out here, and this one offers the most good in order to make competitive ones next year. Duroc's going to be your champion. Congratulations. Alright, we're staying in here one more second because I got a reserve to pick two, which is awfully good, because this came down to two in my mind, all which are awfully close. And you know, as we get back here, we're choosing the reserve champion. I think this one, I gave our grand there an awful run for the money, but the spotted one's going to go ahead and be reserved. I like that one a lot. That one offers some unique pieces to bring to the market hog rig, and that one could be a very cool breeding priest. Congratulations to that young lady exhibiting the spot.
Congratulations to J.C. Ensky for her bred and owned gilt. And then the reserve bred and owned gilt was Jordan Ensky. Now we will be judging for our bred and owned barrow. And just so everybody knows, we're not going to bring them back out, but the bred and owned boar was shown by Adeline Weibel. So we need all bred and owned barrows to the holding pens. After this, we will then go into the showmanship competition. And we'll start with the oldest to the youngest when it comes to the showmanship competition.
Gotta make it around to that.
Are you showing leave your purse here.
Oh my goodness. How do you finish
minutes to get here, so one more youth bred known barrow entry coming in, and then we'll start with the adult showmanship after that. So please make way so that we can make sure we get the youth bred known entry, barrow bred known entries here. Thank you.
As you drop these four in here, compared to each other, in for your champion and reserve for the born and raised barrows, you know, I think the last one I kind of looked at the future of going back and changing the breed at home as you take them home and bred. But for this particular class, you know, I'm judging market hogs, so we're going to, you know, compare them figuratively compared to each other. I think there's one that just offers a more opened up shape and natural throughout its skeleton, and, you know, a little more spread and shape and freshness up high. Duroc Barrow is going to go ahead and be your champion. Congratulations. When it gets down to reserve, there's another one again that I thought was awfully close. You know, if I wanted to change this one a little bit, I do want to see this one and grab another gear and go. Maybe a little bit more show day feel if you're going to be a little bit more competitive with the one that beat you, just to level out a little bit around the profile. But the Berkshire is going to go ahead and be your reserve champion, born and raised barrow. Congratulations to that young lady as well.
Okay, so our brand known champion barrow was exhibited by J.C. Ensky, and our reserve brand known barrow was exhibited by Isla A. Hall. Let's give those guys a round of applause. That's a lot of extra work, a lot of extra feed that goes into these animals. So next we're going to move into our showmanship class. And we're going to start out with the oldest age group first. We're going to start out with our adults, 19 and up. 18 and up, sorry. 18 and up.
Daddy's gonna be up there. You ready to see Daddy? Yeah. You can see Daddy.
This for those around the ring. This is a new thing that they've added this year. They didn't have it in the catalog and all that good stuff, but they wanted to do it so that people got the opportunity to see some of their fellow exhibitors show their skill in the ring, and be able to see some of those people that may not see them show here because they're not necessarily youth. But they were going to go through and list who signed up. I'm not sure if everybody's still able to show because we have cake auction, we have sheep show going on at the same time. We have quite a few things. So let's get going here. We have Aubrey Knott, Kelsey Wolf, Dalton McKenzie, Zach McGee, Justin Weibel, Dallas Briggs, Kimberly Delaplane, Amy Gorman, Carrie Pollock, and Amanda Reinhardt. Those are who we have listed in the 18 and plus category. Let's give them all a big cheer. And I'm sure if they have kids on the sidelines, you guys want to be coaching them, giving them pointers as they come around. I know I was kind of joking around earlier, but you know what? Let's make sure we give everybody in the ring a round of applause. They are coming back to the heart of our program too. And this is a nice thing to see. I know some other states and have programs where they actually have there's some of their teachers and elected officials and all that pair up with a youth and show. So this is great. And like I said, it's a good thing, and we'd like to thank the Fair Board for adding this class in so that our adults and children can enjoy it. Okay, we're going to call the next age group up, and that is our 15 to 17-year-olds. So we have Avery Pollock, Logan Lance, Austin Nussbaum, and Isabella Thompson.
Whatever works. That's on my life.
Come on, Zach!
Zach, what are you doing? You're doing great, Zach. Keep up the good work.
Alright, all of the exhibitors ringside trying to give their parents advice. I absolutely love it. Alright? I want to hear this one. I chose my top 5. They're going to come back and get reworked, so I'm sorry to everyone in the ring. I apologize. You know, but I think that there's a few awfully good showmen in there. And a couple that I pegged towards the end just kind of brought their way to the top the longer they were out here driving. So I'm going to go ahead and rework those top 5. But I'd like to give all these parents and friends and family out here that are showing today, and because you know, things have changed since if you're my age and older. We used to show things a little bit different than they do nowadays. So it's a little bit tougher. But we give advice to these kids. We see we know how it's supposed to be done, but it's awfully hard to do it ourselves. I tell you what, I was an awfully good showman when I was younger, but man, I can't bend over to hunch over a pig for the life of me anymore. I got lower back pain, you know? It's hard when you get up to be my age, you know? But it's fun, it's fun. So I'm really excited to rework these top 5. So if one of these are your relatives out here, be awfully excited. Be sure to yell at them some more. I'm all for it in this adult showmanship class. This is fun. Let's rework these ones.
I think I can name off the names of our top 5 contestants. We have Kelsey Wolf, Aubrey Knott, Dalton McKenzie, Kimmy Delaplane, and I always call her Mrs. Pollock, so excuse me, I think it's Gary is her first name. One of the neat things about this, at least, I'm not sure about Mrs. Pollock, but I do know the others are alumni of the Frederick County program. So it's a good testament to our program and our youth, what we're doing for our people. So once again, give them a round of applause, because if you haven't noticed, they're all sweating, and now they're like, okay, we understand what the kids are talking about. The memories are coming back. It's not so easy to show hogs. And just for the youth around the ring, I know we've been, joking about this and all that, but look at these people. These are the ones that if you have questions and want to learn how to show, these are the people that you need to walk up to, introduce yourself, and say, hey, I need some tips, and I'm sure they'd be willing to help you out. So you got some new faces to use as mentors. Use them.
All right, everyone ringside, whoever told these exhibitors to bring flop-eared pigs in the ring, what the heck were you thinking, They tend to have a mind of their own, They tend to do what they want because they just stare down at the ground in their shadow. And in order to get a good drive on one with floppy ears, it's kind of tough. But I think all the parents, friends, and alumni out here are doing a tremendous job. These five, they could deserve a great big round of applause as they work their way to the top, that's for sure. This is fun out here. All right. So kids, when you're out here in showmanship showing to me, if you're coming up in these classes out here, tell your parents to be quiet. You're allowed to yell at them, but they're not allowed to yell at you, all right? I want everyone to say that. They're not allowed to yell at you in the show ring, but you're allowed to yell at them, so that's perfectly fine. But also, I'm a man of first impressions too. I want that showmanship starts when you're in that holding pen back there, all right? I'm giving you some tips here. That's where showmanship starts, when you're in that holding pen, okay? Even if I'm out here placing, that next class, that showmanship's already started if I can see you, all right? So it's already started. I take notice of that. I also want you to have complete and total control of your hog out here. Definitely. Showmanship's about having a perfect partner. And it's not always about having one that's just a really good walker. You have to mess with this one. You kind of have to work together, go in the right spot at the right speed, the right pace. And that started at home a few months ago. You're not going to become a tremendous showman if you just started last week. This goes on beforehand. But you can tell that there's some parents out here, some friends, exhibitors that have definitely helped everyone along the way because there's 5 really good showmen out here. I'm going to go from 5th place. Going to use the young lady closest to me driving the land race. You're going to be 5th. I really like your calmness, your cool, your style, all right? I like that a lot, but you get stuck in the wrong position a lot, all right? I want to see you stay on the other side of the pig. Every time I walk and try to throw you off and get between me and the pig, you do. You let me down there. But that's okay. We can work on that for next year when you're showing, all right? All right, 4th place, going to be the young lady in the green. I like your style. I like your eye contact. I like that. I like your intensity. That's what's got you in a pen out here for me. I like that a lot. However, you're not quite the perfect pair out here with this one, all right? You probably have kids, friends, nephews, a little bit better shower than you, okay? Well, I'm not saying anything against you or your style, but I can tell that they've had help, and you've done a great job out here. So great job getting 4th out here. 3rd place, young lady on the far side. That's going to be you. The longer this drive goes on, the more you keep working your way up. So great job there. You just you got lost in the pack when I had 10, 12 of them out here a lot, but you got that last one of the last pens there. Congratulations. You got one of those last pens there. You just kept working your way up there, all right? So great job there. Down to 2nd and 1st, I think these 2 showmen out here, they probably had some success if they showed here beforehand, at this county fair, because they're both good. You can tell they have a good partner. They've been working on this. There's one that's a little bit smoother, calmer, more collected. There's one that's a little more intensity and eye contact. It just comes down to personal preference. And I like a showman that looks natural to me, so I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady first, and then maybe 2nd. But you did a tremendous job out there. Great job, adults.
Hey,
Winning first was Aubrey Knott, and second was Dalton McKenzie. Third was Kimberly Delaplane, fourth was Carrie Pollock, and fifth was Kelsey Wolf. Congratulations to all. Okay, our next age division should be 15 to 17. So we have Avery Pollock, Isabella Thompson, Logan Lance, and Austin Nussbaum. Okay, we're going to load in the holding pens, the next group. I know we have Gage Axon as a scratch. Then we have JC Enskey, Jana Enskey, Jordan Enskey, Isla Hall, Peyton Campbell, and Colton Nussbaum, the 12 to 14-year-old group. 12 to 14-year-olds, please come to the holding pens. And we're still looking for Isabella Thompson. Anybody know if she's a scratch? Scratch. Okay, we're good. We've got everybody in the ring.
All right, the three senior-aged exhibitors that are out here in the ring right now, I want everyone to know ringside. The parents, when they came in the ring, they did everything absolutely wrong. They just came in and tried to stay in front of me the entire time. You could tell that was a rookie mistake because I'm still trying to let all the other pigs come in the ring. So what you ideally want to do is get off to the side of me, make sure I can see you out of the corner of my eye, stay over there, stay back here, but let me get those other pigs out of the ring. These 3 senior exhibitors did just that. So I commend you for that. You guys talk to your parents and friends, teach them a lesson, because they don't know what they're doing. Those adult showmanship I just went through. But all 3 of you did a tremendous job. I want to give all 3 of you a big round of applause, because I think all 3 of you are tremendous showmen. Even my 3rd place one out here, so they deserve a great big round of applause. I've judged a lot of county fairs, but the one that I use 3rd is one of the better showmen at the county fair, you know, and so there's just some high quality showmen out here, but someone's got to be 1st, someone's got to be 2nd, someone's got to be 3rd. Starting in 3rd place, I'm going to use the young man with the landrace barrel out here. Does a tremendous job. I love how smooth he is out there. He's just walking around this thing. You can tell it's not his first rodeo with this barrel. He's got this one trained at home. However, today, you just tend to get off a little bit too far. You're not always in the right position. I turn around, you're off to the side a little bit. You know, right now, you're off to the gate a little bit. You know this, and this one might not work perfectly. We talked about showing you having to be a perfect partner, and that was not quite cooperating exactly today, but you did a great job. 2nd place, young man with the Duroc, you're going to go ahead and be 2nd. I really like your style. Like I talked about the young man being so calm, cool, and collected. This gilt that you're out here showing today kind of be a little bit of a knucklehead, let's be honest, right? She's not being very cooperative, but you are driving her so dang good. You're doing a tremendous job getting her out here, and she might be arguing with you a little bit at that win, but you're like, no, I'm getting her out here. And you also might want to take your turns a little bit sharper. What I'd like to see is loop around more like that when you're making your turns. Use them wider. Use more of the ring. We got a big show ring out here. Let's use the whole thing, all right? Not quite turn them quite so tight. But another thing I really like that you did, young man, a young lady was coming after me a few times, and I saw you cut her off, and I was like, ooh, I like that. He's cutting her off. That was great. You know, I noticed that. You know, I thought that was a great job. You want to make sure that I noticed you. You did a great job there. But the young lady with the Yorkshire gilt, I just think she's so smooth. She's so good. I think she can be competitive, showing at a very high level out here. And, you know, not just at the county fair with 3 others, but I think she can be competitive at some bigger shows as well. She's done this before. It's not her first rodeo. I talked to you about having that perfect partner. That's what this one is with you. I saw that in the market show, or the breeding guild show. I saw that out here in showmanship. Obviously, a lot of work went into this one, because she's been walked a lot today, and she just keeps going. I'm pretty sure this one could be out here for 2 hours if we wanted to, back and forth, up and down the ring, and she's going to do exactly what you wanted to do. Great job, nice class winner. Good job top to bottom. I'm excited to work the next class.
Okay, entering the ring now, we have our 12 to 14-year-olds. We have JC Inskeep, Jana Inskeep, Jordan Inskeep, Peyton Campbell, Isla Ahalt, Colton Nussbaum, Peyton Reinhardt, Rebecca Sweeney. Got a full house.
I went ahead and chose the top 4 out of here that I'm going to go ahead and rework just the top 4. But I want to commend you guys. I've judged a lot of county fairs where I can find 1, 2 showmen in each class, and the rest of them like, I got to pick someone? Like, really? Like, they're not very good, and you can tell they didn't even care. Why should I care? But you guys out here, 1 through 8, I can tell you've done a tremendous job out here with your pigs, all right? You've done a great job. You've put the work in at home. It's just out here, you got to hit me with the good first impression. You got to do a lot of things right. You got to do something to stick out. You got to find that open hole. You got to have the best eye contact out of someone. You got to be the most intense, the most cool, the most calm. You know, it's different things that I'm looking for. But I think the 4 back here, they're different style showmen, but we're going to go ahead and rework them just for the things that they did. You know, I think they deserve to be up there. But I got to commend you all the way 1 through 8 on this class. Definitely a good class, and I think you guys should all be proud of this. Don't give up on this. Just keep working harder next year. You're going to get this, all right? Keep working. Come back and watch what the champions do, and we're going to go from there, all right?
Mom, I brought my picture to walk track.
All right, if I'm going to go ahead and place 5 through 8 on these ones, I'm going to go young lady with the spot. You're going to be 5th. I thought you did the next best job, that's for sure. On the far side with the Yorkshire Barrow, you're going to go ahead and be 6th. Duroc, you're going to be 7th. 8th is going to be right here with the Hampshire. I'm not giving a big set of reasons on these ones, but just maybe need a little perfect partner who wanted to stay up against the gate a little bit. But, you know, I think that first impressions right now, the way things are going, that's why I had to place them 5 through 8. But congratulations to everyone. I'm excited. Let's work these top 4 again.
Okay, we need in the holding pens, the next group. They'll be our 8 to 11-year-olds. I need to make sure I have Landon Gorman, Aubrey Meisinger, Carolee Grossniffel, Charlotte Pollock, Autumn Sweeney. And those should be our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals.
I think these 4 exhibitors out here are doing a great job. Everyone agree? Everyone that's left? All right, good. I like to hear that. I do too. That's why I'm out here taking a little bit more time out here trying to sort through this, but I don't think the kids mind. They've been working all summer at this, so they just want to come out here and show pigs, and I don't know what time it's getting to be, 6:30, but that's okay. I got all night, so it's fine. I'm not leaving until tomorrow morning, so we can go all night long if you want to, and I think some of these pigs out here could go all night long, but yeah, as I'm getting out here, this gets tough judging showmanship because it comes down to personal preference, and showmanship, I mean, you're doing great, so's the person next to you. You do one thing, goes doing second. That's the way it goes, you know, that's what it is. I'm out here working you guys hard, trying to get you to make a mistake, and, you know, going from 4th place down to 1st, like I was talking about in the last one, we're going to do the same thing this way. 4th place, young lady driving the Hampshire. I'm going to use you in 4th. You're a good showman. You might be a couple years younger than the other ones out here, but I like your style. I like that eye contact you have. You're driving a bigger market hog, and you have to get up closer, up onto that one by its shoulder a little bit more, and I want to see you stay back by that hip a little bit more. But that's tough. That's a big hog. You're a little bit smaller. That's tough to do. I think you're showing something a little bit smaller, shorter stature. I think you can get back a little bit, but you kind of look a little bit more unnatural when you get up there, if I'm getting picky about a pretty good showman. 3rd place. I don't think this person expected to be here, but I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady in the pink. You're doing great right now. Great. Absolutely perfect. You're getting some dang good drives out here, but there were so many times out here where this one was being a knucklehead. We can agree to that. But I love that eye contact. I came out here, I saw you in that holding pen. I'm like, oh, that's going to be the one to beat in this class, and it was. You know, but you came out here, just had a few things that beat you down to 3rd place a little bit longer. I think the 2 that I have out here right now just are going all day long, and they're doing a tremendous job, and they're smooth. But I love your style of showmanship. I think you get a different driving partner out there, you're going to win this class for me. But today, I've been talking about showmanship having to be a perfect partner. Young lady, you're going to go ahead and be 2nd. You do a great job. I love how smooth and effortless you make this look. You do so good of a job out here just going out back and forth, doing that excellent. All right, you're doing great. This pig's going wherever you want to. I just think you're a logical 2nd. But where the young man beat you, I think he beat you to holes first. I think he had better positioning on that hip at all times. He looks more natural about it. I love, you know, when you're at that offhand and you're not sure what to do with it, but he's got his brushing, and I like that. It kind of looks, sometimes looks a little natural if you want to put it behind or unnatural. Sometimes if you want to hold it down beside you, but you look natural at all times, young man, and I like that about you. You're not the flashiest showman out here that I've seen today, but I think you're one of the smoothest and you're hardest to find a hole in, so you did a great job. But like I talked about it before, 1 through 8, great showmen in this division. Great job, kids. You deserve a big round of applause.
Big round of applause for this age group. Very intense, very good showman. Winning that particular age group was Colton Nussbaum. 2nd was Isla Ahawk. 3rd was Peyton Reinhardt. And 4th was Peyton Campbell. So next we have our juniors, 8 to 11-year-olds. And we did have some scratches we found out, and we know it's been a long day. We have Landon Gorman, Aubrey Meisinger, and Autumn Sweeney. Carolia Grossnickel is a scratch, Charlotte Pollock is a scratch, and Red Axelon is a scratch. Okay, if we can get our Pee-wee showmen, if we can get their entries to the holding pens, that would be Emery Click, Harper Hines, Kaylee Hines, Riley Meisinger, Hazel Pollock, and Trace Reinhardt, and Chase Wiles. So if we could get those entries for the Pee-wee portion of the competition, get their entries to the holding pens, that would be great.
judging junior showmanship, it's always tough, but at least you got to watch the older kids go and the adults. So I don't want to take many tippers from them right now of how to do showmanship, but that's okay. You know, I think all of you out here in the ring and the younger kids coming in, and I want everyone to be able to come up and watch these older kids show, you know, and I think there's some very good showmen out here. I know you have your regular Market Hog show, and I encourage everyone to come later in the week and watch that, because that's how you get better. You got to watch how other people do it, practice doing what they're doing, talk to them, ask them what they're doing, some tricks. Maybe someone in the county will come give you some pointers on how to become a better showmanship. And, you know, because FFA and 4-H, that's what it's all about, is, you know, everyone helping each other, trying to get better, because it's a lot more fun when everyone's competitive out here. As I'm picking my junior showman out here, 3-1, I'm going to go ahead. Third place going to be the young man out here in the center of the ring. I really think you do a great job driving your hog. You look very calm out here. I like that about you. I just got you stuck way too many times between me and the pig when I'm going around. That's one of the basic things. You know, in showmanship, you want to make sure the pig's always between you and the judge, or you know, at all times. You always want that pig right there in the middle. Nice job. But you know, I can tell you've been watching some older kids out here. You've been watching their style. You're trying to do what they're doing. And I want you to keep working on that, because you're going to get there one day. That's for sure. Young lady in second is going to be the far one out here on the left. I don't think she wanted to be out here. I see it in her eyes. She's like, I'm here to win. That's what she told me with that eye contact, and I like that. I liked her intensity a lot. This one, I've been talking about having to be a perfect partner, and that's where this one places second right here, because this one wants to get off along that gate, and she knows she's got to get it out here, but he's not. He's being a knucklehead. He's not cooperating, and that's okay. It's going to happen. This one's done good out here in the barrow show earlier today. It's just been out in the ring a few too many times. It knows where the exit gate is. It's tired. It's been a long day. I'm tired. It's been a long day too, so I understand. I want to go curl up in a ball and sleep in my pen as well when I get home. But anyway, young lady driving the spot out here, that's going to be my winner. I really like your eye contact. I like how smooth and natural you look at this, and I think in a couple years you're going to be a force to reckon with if you just keep working at it like you have so far, because, you know, the junior showman that I've seen, and we've been talking about a perfect partner, that's you. That didn't happen just from you walking up and having Dad walk your pig every single day all summer long. You put the work into it with that guild, I can tell. So, you know, keep working out. You're going to be super competitive and be a force to reckon with one day. I'm really excited to work with these younger kids as well. Let's give them all a big round of applause. 1 through 3, great job.
Winning that class was Autumn Sweeney, second was Aubrey Meisinger, and third was Landon Gorman. Now we're entering our Pee-wee competition. These are individuals that are 7 and under. We have Emery Click, Harper Hines, Kaylee Hines, Riley Meisinger, Hazel Pollack, Trace Reinhardt, and Chase Wiles.
Great job, man. Now then, keep shouting, girl.
I think someone could travel to a lot of fairs around to try to find a Pee-wee class as good as this one is top to bottom. Let's give them all a great big round of applause, that's for sure. Like I talked about in the older classes, this is tough for showmanship, kids, so I don't want you to think that because you got first, you got fifth, you got sixth, that it's any different, you know, because I have to place you, and you do one thing wrong to me, and that's what it's gonna come down to. But I'm just picking my best showman today, but I can tell that all of you have been out here, and you've been working with these animals, and most of you, it's probably not your first time showing a pig, I can tell. A lot of the county fairs I go to, when they have a Pee-wee show, they're just like, yeah, little Johnny, go show a pig, and he's never touched it before. But I can tell that's not the case here. So parents, breeders, friends, family, great job getting the little kids involved. You know, I hope one day that, you know, well, actually, I'll be completely honest. I know no offense, my 7-year-old daughter is probably not as good a showman as any of you out here today, but we don't do any Pee-wee shows where I'm from, so that's okay, you know. But hey, as I'm out here trying to sort these kids, I just want you to know you all did a tremendous job. All right, and I commend you for coming in the show ring. Were any of you nervous today coming in? Because I've been nervous all day long, so it's okay if you've been nervous too. So I want you to get those jitters out of the way, but you've all done a great job. I'm going to place these 1 through 6, you know, 4, 5, 6, kind of interchangeable, just kind of different styles and control techniques, but 6th place, I'm going to use the young lady in the pink with the pink bow. You did a really good job out here. I really liked your style of showing. You know, you had to get your pig out here in the middle of the ring. You've been working really hard at that, so you've done a really good job showing. I'm proud of you for coming out here and trying your hardest. Great job. 5th place, that gets it to be a little bit tougher, but I'm going to go ahead and use the young man on the far side with the Yorkshire appearing barrow over there. I think he knows this, that he needs to get his pig out in the ring a little bit more, and he's trying his darndest all day long that he's been out here, but he just can't get this one to cooperate. That's something that's going to come with age. As you get older, you're going to get used to that, but I like your style, and I can tell that you've been working with the pig a lot at home, so really, really, really good job back there. As we're getting into 4th and uh-oh, we've had a mess. That's okay. Pens come open. It's cool. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to hold it against any of you. But 4th, young lady in the green, that's going to be you. I think you've done a tremendous job out here. That's for sure. You deserve a big round of applause for that. I hope you get to go out and get some ice cream after this because you deserve it. You've done a great job showing your pig. I love your eye contact that you have. I know your parents are probably back there and they're like, hey, stare at the judge, have eye contact, get the pig out there. You've done good. But I think you and everyone ringside will admit that, you know, that when you first came out here, it was a little bit tougher. She didn't want to work with you very well, and you know that kind of dropped you down a little bit. But the longer you've been out here in the show ring, the better of a job you've done. So really good job on your part. All right, 3, 2, and 1. 3rd place, I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady right here next to me. I really like how stylish you are as a showman. You've done a tremendous job out here today. You've done a good job helping get this one ready out here. I can tell you've been helping walk this one at home, that's for sure. This probably isn't your first time showing a pig. I can tell it because you're not nervous, or you don't look nervous, to me at least, and that's a good thing. You want to come out here and look very calm, and you do a very good job at that. I like that style about it. I think as you mature as a showman and you get older, you're going to become a little bit more intense. You're going to know where you need to be, how to get the pig there, and you're going to be a very good showman. First and second, I think these are two very good showmen out here, and it gets a little tough for me to debate on which one in order to use. This is just going to be personal preference. Young man, I'm going to use you for second, okay? I like your style a lot. You probably didn't want to be second, and I realize that. I like your eye contact, your intensity. You have that about your showmanship style. I just think the young lady that's going to go ahead and beat you looks a little bit more natural out here in the show ring today. I think she's probably been doing this at a few more shows, and that's okay, because that's how you get better. So I want everyone to go home, work on getting better. There's probably a bunch of videos here you can watch and see what you did, and watch your older kid, your older friends, your siblings show pigs out here today, and pay attention later on in the week at the market show, and you're going to become better showmen later on in your show careers. But great job top to bottom. I commend every single one of you for coming out. Good job.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. There are peewees. Winning was Riley Meisinger. Second was Trace Reinhardt. Third was Hazel Pollock. Fourth was Emery Click. Fifth was Chase Wiles. And sixth was Kaylee Hines. Now we will be choosing overall showmen from our 18 and up class. We will have Aubrey Knott.
Okay, you know what? We're going to come back in Thursday night. Walk up and get candy then, okay?
Let's give Aubrey a round of applause. Good job. Our next class winner was Avery Pollock. Another round of applause for Avery. Let's give each of them a round of applause as they come out. They did a good job winning within their group. Come back out. Next we have Colton Nussbaum. Next we have Autumn Sweeney. And last but not least, we have Riley Meisinger. Good round of applause for all the contestants out here competing for overall showman in the open division.
There's our names. Okay.
cool out here as, you know, we bring out the winner from the adult division all the way down to the Pee-wee. And, you know, this is the cool thing about the open side of things at the county fair, not just the junior and 4-H and FFA. We get the younger kids, the older kids, the parents all involved. And this is really fun. So I want to give everyone a big round of applause that's still out there today. I think there's a tremendous group of showmen in here from all 5 divisions. I'm going to be completely honest. There's 2 showmen out here that come to the top for me, the 2 older ladies. I think you 2 are running hand in hand in this, trying to take this one. And I'm not taking away from the 3 younger showmen. I can just tell that there's a little bit more of experience here. And I think these 2 have probably shown against each other before. It's kind of fun to watch out here from my point of view. As one's weaving one way, turning left, the other one's turning right, cutting him off. The other one's following right behind her, trying to hit an open hole and gets turned, but the other one's right in front of him. And it's really cool to watch you 2 go against each other, because I can tell you're both tremendous showmen. You know what you're doing out here. You know what holes you have to hit. You know what angles you want to show me. And, you know, I think both of you are doing a tremendous job. So I hope all the kids, you know, ringside are paying attention out here. Try to emulate these 2 out here, because they take everything and make it look easy out here. They make it look like they're not working very hard at all, you know. I think there's some differences, very minor, very subtle, and, you know, it just comes down to personal preference and showmanship out here. There's one out here that's maybe having to work at it a little bit harder, but I'm not quite sure that's working to a disadvantage, because they're doing a tremendous job handling that one. You know, there's just one out here that's always, every single place I turn around, that one's at a correct drive coming right at me. Showman, when I'm using the entire ring like this, take this advice and when you're doing showmanship later on in the week in the other show. But, you know, when the judge is at the far end of the ring and walks to the other end, you got to hightail it, get your pit going to that other side, try to come right at the judge, give him some angles. You basically got to follow him around. Use that ring. I want you always to be in an open hole. So take this as a learning lesson to put forth later on in the week to make yourself a better showman. But like I said, there's good showmen out here top to bottom this entire show and showmanship. I've been really excited, and it's been a pleasure to work through everyone today. This is probably the last time I'll be on the microphone out here. I believe so, unless there's some more classes, but I thought showmanship was it for me, so that's okay. Is there? Is this it? This is it. All right, I was right. So everyone, thanks for sticking with me. I appreciate it. The show staff taking care of the bookwork, the announcer, tremendous job. Everyone getting the pigs in from the back. You've done a great job back there. I appreciate it. It's been a little bit complicated to keep track of, but you guys have done this tremendously well. And from the bottom of my heart, thanks for having me out here to the Great Frederick Fair. It's been my pleasure. And I'm just going to go out here and select your champion, which I think both these 2 could be very competitive at a high level. I'm just going to go pick the one that's my personal preference today. Congratulations, everyone.
Your overall showman for today is Avery Pollock. Congratulations.
Halloween.